Imeweka nini? Imeweka tangazo.
Sinene,
Kidogo.
Songa karibu. Songe kidogo mbele.
Kuna watu watakuja.
Sasa kuna board. Kuna board. Sawa, I think that's
Wasimame nyuma.
Watasimama upande ule.
Wasimame kabisa upande nyuma.
Wacha wakuje, cha wageni wafike alafu tutaona.
Panga. Ndio kuna ingine mwanamume yuko huyo mwenye anavaa black. Ama
anaenda.
Wow.
Yes. Karibu.
Asante.
Yes, welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, this is a biogas capacity of 200 meter cubic, and we are planning to utilize what is the waste that is coming from the dairy farm, and then we have the digester down here. This gas is projected to supply us with gas in our kitchen and in our labs. So that's the major purpose for production of this one. Yes, so you are welcome.
We lay and then we just, yes. This way. Yeah,
Kuna maji.
Kama unatafuta mafuta.
That's why they are direct. The whole area. hapa tu kwa zinc. Sikia imeroa maji. Bas. Because we need to do it the way it is. Yes. Supposed to be done.
So as we do this one, yeah, as we do this one,
now we want to do this biogas chamber which we are going to build, and this will provide the institution with the gas for the kitchen, for the laboratories.
Sure.
And these are the industries and institutions that we are encouraging. So well done, Rvtti, for taking up the...
Thank you, madam. This will save the institution a good amount of money, from the commercial gas. Now that we are turning to this produced gas, we'll save a lot of money from this one here. Yes. Because currently we consume like 500,000.
Yes. You consume like?
We consume 500,000 every month in terms of gas.
500,000?
Yes.
Kenya shillings? Yeah,
for the gas that we buy from the commercial people. Now that we have this natural gas, we'll save the institution that much.
Yes.
That's why this is key to Rvtti. Yes. And we hope it is going to target the objectives of the institution. Yes. So welcome so much. Yes. We know now that we are saving the environment, even from using the charcoal. And remember, this is a climate action.
These are the green skills that we are talking about, and we thank this institution for also taking leadership in green skills. Please continue. After this green skill, find out, because we also are a research institution, research on another and another until we have at least 5 green skills in this institution. Thank you very much. And therefore we launch this biogas plant in the name of God the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen. So yes. Come, I don't know now, you take photos from where, so that Professor?
Professor, I'll come this side.
Come this side. Principal next to you here. Yes. Then you hold also. Prof, hold. Wow.
Let's have a background of students here. These are the beneficiaries.
Yes. And these are the... Once upon a time, I was as short as you are. So you also get tall. Thank you very much. And thank you very much also for the honor. Thank you.
Welcome. We can have a walk to our dairy farm and see the progress we are doing there.
You are the principal. Come, chair. Where is the chair? Habari zenu?
Welcome, madam, to our
She'll go through this.
So it is not only Koechu has beautiful cows. You know how he has the luxury of from. You know, when I go to Eldoret, I just cows and then children.
Kujeni hapa wanafunzi. Wanafunzi, kujeni hapa. Hapo karibu na msimame hapo.
Hapo tu.
Hapo tu.
Congratulations. You as a better student, you do your fees very seriously. The recruiters we have in the Eastern region now, even the Israelis have come to recruit. And mainly they are recruiting agriculture and also the from UK. They are also recruiting on agriculture space. So make sure you get your
She's coming out to do the other side.
Sio kusema vile tulikuwa tunasema watu wanasoma wanarudi nyumbani. Sawa. Hii serikali ya Bwana Ruto ni ya kusomesha ukienda. Usiana unamwona manga ni wewe ukienda ngala. Sasa
Hebu ondoke msomani mbele.
heshima, ninataka pia mnikubalie nitaje kwamba uwepo wa Mrs. Gertrude Sawe ambaye ni Chief Principal Kaiboi National Polytechnic na Mr. Kikwai John Principal Tindere TVC. Karibuni sana.
Kwa heshima pia ninataka nikubalie nitaje kwamba tuko na Daktari Lucy Kadhuri Ogola kutoka Kenyatta University, tuko na Daktari Joan Rvtti ambaye vile vile anatoka Kenyatta University, na pia mnikubalie nitaje kwamba Yazidi Mwishwa yuko pamoja nasi ambaye anatoka nchi jirani ya Tanzania. DJ.
Mwamba wenye imara, kwako nitajificha.
So that tea leaves na kauda unafanya nini naye? Alafu unaweka tu kwa mchanga. Whichever amount. Wewe ni mwalimu. Sitaki kuambiwa na walimu. What is what? Water. Of the mixture of tea leaves and powder. You know, I'm being very careful because I want to make before you, or you make and sell to me. Yes. Kwanza hiyo best repellent. It's very good. Hakuna lakini hapa ni best kidogo hapa hiyo. It's just an accident. Mtu akifanya research kama hii, and it is very good. In fact, I'm going to do that because I have niko na shamba na iko pesa. Nitaenda kufanya hii ndio best watoroke. Piko ni waite. Sawa. Utalipa.
Para niambie. Sasa inamwapa tu.
So, program
Yes, yeah.
that they don't. Since you are the owner of the policy, they don't have the bag of dance and all the days of
They see me, they go.
Plus, we're doing this writing job for you. So basically, your project is to
automate the home appliances so that they are able to understand without you switching on. So how much is the system? Around 30K. Thank you. Now we're going
Then this is our so first yes, using a text message. So it is self-registration. Register yourself on your mobile phone. The candidates are only registered by the admin after the vetting process. So if you can see here, the admin has logged in. You will go to register the candidate, then he'll place his name, ID, then he'll choose the photo, and then after registration, now we come to the voter now. A voter now is click on the voter registration. So after clicking on the voter registration, you will register yourself, enter your name, for our case, our admission number, the phone number, the primary number, it's only once that you register. So after registration, you come to the instructions to proceed the system. So after reading the instructions, you go back, and then come to the voting progress. Now the voting progress, as you are seeing the candidate ID, view his image, the candidate name, these are the votes that are already in the database. So this is the format of the text message that you use to send an SMS. So we have given a number here where you send this format S1C1, S1C2, S1C3. For in case this is one, we have 62, go down 62, we are having 63, we are having 64. So in any seat that you will choose. So like a seat, for example, a presidential seat, chairman. That's what I mean.
So, like seats, you mean whether it's an MCA, an MP, president, governor, whoever I want to vote for. Okay.
So after you send the text message, it will reply back to you that you have voted successfully. Then your voter will be incremented. You just see it's a real-time vote. You see an incremented.
So that you're not something before.
Yeah, you just see.
Because now I am voting. Then when you vote, you have twice.
Yes. Now you cannot vote twice. If you are not registered, you are not allowed to vote. So after there, we go back. Now we want to see the results. We want to see who was the winner. So we need the view certificates.
Before we come to the winner, and the winner will be after a number of days.
No,
let us go back. But you know,
no, it's a real time. It's real time. After you voted, it updates. After you voted, it updates. So
what are the security features?
Security, you cannot, first of all, we are using a primary number, Safaricom primary number, and the ID, because you cannot share. So when you register your ID and your number, there is no way that you are going back and then to register.
Yeah, for the program is okay. But now there are the others who want to win through the back door.
Okay.
How do they hack into the system? And you know, you people, you are the experts.
Okay, for
so
us.
You are also the ones who will help the other candidates to hack and to increase their numbers.
We can't hack because the voters are the ones that register themselves. So there is no way that you are going to add or reduce the vote because they are the only one that are going to.
This one is a very good system which will allow all of us to vote at home and not vote. You know the yes.
No, we can't because this system, we just give you the system, a complete system. We can't go back again because
if anything goes wrong, say it's going to be killed.
You know, you see, these servers we have been learning before. See, these servers, they are red and smash guys like this.
But for us, that's why we came up with this system because we want it to be transparent.
You have a beautiful idea, very beautiful idea, but you are assuming you are all Christian. Prof could be a Christian and I am not, and we are competing. This is Kenya.
That's why
next time we declare election,
let's use it without but it's a brilliant idea and it will save. You see, this is where we want to go. We are making and the whole day. We're going to get to the society and we are going to use smart guys like you to help us. But now there is a security features that we have to get. Now,
Naomba nienda katika ndio nipate wewe. The system wherever you are. What are you using? Una vote using SMS. Vote using umeshaanza kwa
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
So this is a meeting. God bless you. Thank you.
We will be standing, please.
We remain outstanding, kindly, as we sing the national anthem.
DJ. Opening prayers.
In the same way as we are standing, let's bow down for a word of prayer. Our Father in heaven, we honor you this morning that you've enabled us to be alive and to come for this conference, the 12th conference in this institution. You've been faithful day after day, year after year, and we honor you, O God. We pray that, my Father, as we start this conference, may your presence be felt. May your peace that surpasses human understanding reign in this place. We thank you for bringing our guest, our PS, Esther Mori. Thank you for the board chair, Professor Some, and our principal, Lois Kuto. God will lift them before you, and every other board member, every other dignitaries, even from other countries. God, thank you for giving them safe journey mercies. As we do all for your glory. May this place be blessed because you're good to us. And thank you for everything. I've prayed this, believing and trusting in Jesus' name. Amen. Thank you. You can sit.
Can I have our seats? Our chief guests, Board of Management, Chief Principals from other TVET institutions, keynote speakers, presenters, Rvtti staff, students, good morning. Good morning once again. Welcome to this international conference, being our 12th conference, and therefore we welcome all of you for this wonderful event, and we want to thank our Almighty God for giving us this opportunity and even enabling us to prepare for this event. So you feel most welcome, and we want to thank the management of the school to have enabled this one to reach this far. Without wasting much time, we'd like to invite the colleague in charge to invite the entertainers. Thank you so much.
Asante sana ndugu yangu. Tunataka tuingie upande wa burudani kidogo, na sasa hivi ninataka niwatambue the team wa CU ambayo atachukua nafasi fupi kabisa ili tuanze sasa hivi. CU, karibu sana.
Kindly move fast.
Asante sana. Wapi makofi yao tafadhali? Wapi makofi yao tafadhali? Asanteni sana. Kumbukeni hawa ni wanafunzi wetu na pia wameniambia kwamba watakuwa wanaendelea kufanya bora zaidi. Nafasi hii pia ninataka nichukue niwatambue ama niwaite right on stage kikundi ambayo watakuwa naimba ama watakuwa wanatoka katika jamii ya Pokot ambayo wanasema amani kila wakati. Karibuni sana. Wao wanasema kwamba lazima tuboreshe amani kila wakati. Ndiposa leo hii tunawapa nafasi ya kusema kwamba waendelee kwamba tukue na amani kila wakati. Karibuni sana. Asante. Can we appreciate, tuwapigie makofi ya kilo. Tuwapigie makofi kabisa. Asante sana. Asante sana. Asante sana. Asante. Tukimaliza. Asante. Alright, wapi makofi yao ya kilo tafadhali. Na kumbuka kwamba hawa ni wanafunzi ambao watakuwa wanaenda ikulu ya rais kuenda kupeana burudani ambayo mnaona. Na ishara ni kwamba hao watakuwa tu wanasema amani na amani na amani siku zote. Asante sana kwa nafasi hiyo. So because of interest of time, allow me now to invite Mr. Rvtti, who will now also take us to the next level. Mr. Rvtti, karibu sana.
Thank you, the chief guests. That entertainment is made in Rvtti. We are happy that we are doing well. So at this moment, we want to get the elaboration of the theme of this 12th conference. And with regards to that, I'd like to invite the research coordinator to come and give his speech, elaborating on what we are here for these 3 days coming. Thank you.
Thank you, the programmer. The chief guest, Honorable Dr. Esther Moria, and all protocols of SAFs, because of the interest of time, you'll allow me to give a short message about this conference. It is with great pride and enthusiasm that I welcome you all to this 12th Rvtti International TVET Multidisciplinary Research Conference. We gather here as a research-oriented and innovative community under the theme Leveraging TVET in the Future Technological Era. This theme reflects our commitment to exploring and enhancing the critical role that technical and vocational education and training plays in our rapidly evolving technological landscape. TVET plays a very important part of technological advancement and growth, which makes the theme timely and very necessary. As we delve into the presentations and the discussions, let us remember the central aim of our gathering: to leverage TVET in addressing future technological challenges and opportunities, whether it is developing sustainable practices to combat climate change, innovating infrastructure solutions, advancing education and training methodologies, ensuring food security through modern agricultural techniques, improving health and wellness, or the future of technical and vocational education and training that we need to embrace and make use of. Featured in this conference will be moderated sessions, keynote speeches, innovation contests, and skills competition. We will hear valuable insights from known researchers, industry players, employers, representatives of various TVET institutions, and even students. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to each of you for joining us this year. Your presence and contributions are essential and a collective success. This year, we have over 70 papers that are going to be presented, and we also have quite a number of innovations that have been registered from our TVET sister institutions. Together with our institution here, we have quite a number, and I'm sure the chief guest, you've seen and you've witnessed what we have presented. And I want to welcome all of us so that we enjoy hearing and also seeing what our students are able to do from the skills that they have learned over time. Let us embark on these 3 days with a spirit of curiosity, collaboration, and a commitment to advancing the field of TVET. Together, we can. The papers presented in this year's conference are expected to be peer-reviewed. We do a double-blind peer review, then we also take them into a plagiarism test so that we can be able to publish. And they are going to be published in the 10th volume of the Rvtti. This year again, we also have to report that we have transformed and we have gotten fully into online channel. So most of the papers that are presented here and going forward, we're going to have them in the online platform. So we have acquired a digital object identifier, DOI number, and our channel is going to be fully recognized and it can be used for more studies as reference. I want to extend my warmest welcome to you all. Feel at home and enjoy. Thank you very much. Now, you'll allow me to take this opportunity to welcome our Chief Principal to take over from here. Karibu sana, Chief Principal, I mean.
Hiyo haijatosha. Mr. Mugonji, he's done so much already. Let's appreciate him better. Thank you so much. Our chief guest, we want to say karibu nyumbani, and you have seen the joy that your presence has evoked in the students. They wanted to go on, but time couldn't allow. Our chief guest, Dr. Esther Moria, PS, State Department of Vocational and Technical Training, our County Director, the Chairman of the Board of Rvtti, the Chair, Editorial Board, CATI principals present, conference presenters and participants, other organizations and sponsors present with us, our staff and students. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I take this opportunity to welcome you to the 12th Rvtti International Conference. Our conference stands as a beacon of collaboration and innovation in academic excellence. Our theme this year, as we listened, is leveraging TVET in the future technological era. It captures the pivotal role that technical and vocational education plays in shaping the future. It is worth noting that research-driven technological changes are the force behind socio-economic growth in our country. As we walked around, we have noticed a number of innovations that are targeted to ensure that we meet the needs of the community. This year's conference addresses multi-sub-themes critical to developing and sustaining development goals as a country. The sub-themes touch on matters revolving around climate change, infrastructure, education and training, agriculture, health, and information communication technology. They are areas that present a myriad of challenges to both developing and developed nations. Research, therefore, is paramount in addressing these challenges as well as taking advantage of the opportunities they present. The selected sub-themes are not only timely, but also vital for the survival of any country through the 21st century and beyond. Our conference will showcase the latest advances in TVET, and interdisciplinary research. You will witness groundbreaking presentations and discussions that highlight innovation and approaches and practical solutions to local and global issues. The presentation sessions will allow researchers and other stakeholders to share their research findings with global experts, fostering a rich exchange of knowledge and ideas. We have also provided an opportunity for trainees from different institutions in Kenya to participate in the 8th Rvtti Innovation Contest. You will notice that the conference is 12th, but the innovation contest is the 8th. The contest is expected to be very competitive since the innovations registered have been assessed and accepted to be of the required standard. Let us embrace the spirit of competition and support one another to grow. We are in an era in which TVET training is shifting to skills training, development and nurturing. The best that we can give our trainees should be to assist them in their skills attainment and application. These should be translated into problem-solving activities in the community. Ladies and gentlemen, we are in a transitional era where TVET must lead the way in integrating emerging technologies with practical skills. Whether it is addressing climate change through sustainable practices, improving infrastructure with advanced engineering technologies, enhancing education and training methodologies, securing our food supply through innovative agricultural practices, or advancing health and wellness through cutting-edge research, TVET has a crucial role to play. As we embark on this intellectual journey together, I encourage you to engage actively, network vigorously, and explore the myriad opportunities for collaboration that this conference offers. Let us leverage on this platform to build stronger connections, share valuable insights, and drive forward the agenda of leveraging TVET in this future technology. In conclusion, I want to thank you so much for coming. And before I end, I want to recognize the presence of colleagues from all TVET institutions. Kindly stand wherever you are. Thank you very much. Since there are not many, can we allow them to introduce themselves? Madam PS, we just had a TVET fairs ended yesterday, and it was difficult for most of them to make it. Karibuni.
Chief guest, my name is John Kikwai, Principal, Tintred Integrated and Technical Trainers College. Karibu.
Thank you. I would wish that we appreciate Mr. Kikwai was with us until this year, and some of us don't even know that he already left. So we were being asked, they're looking for the deputy, Mr. Kikwai. Karibu sana.
Thank you. Madam PS, my name is Mrs. Sawe Gertrude, the Principal, Kaiboi National Polytechnic in Nandi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Kaiboi.
Madam PS, good morning. My name is Eunice Kerich, Principal Ngeria TTI, a baby of this institution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam PS, Madam Kerich was once a trainer here, and she is heading the latest, the baby institution being mentored by Rvtti. We are honored to have you. In our midst, we also have other stakeholders from the universities. Wherever you are, kindly stand. I know some of them are already our members, but they may stand to represent their universities. You're wearing more than one crown. Let's appreciate them. Thank you. Madam PS, there are also few. Allow them to just say their names. There are others who are sitting in our boards, but they are in universities. Please stand.
All right, thank you, Madam PS. My name is Professor Sami Chumba from my university.
Madam PS, my name is Dr. Jose Kiplagat from University of Eldoret.
Thank you, Madam PS. My name is Dr. Lucy Kathuriogola from Kenyatta University.
Good morning, Madam PS.
Don't be mean with claps.
Good morning, Madam PS. My name is Dr. Joan Muriithi from Kenyatta University.
Yes, morning, Madam PS. My name is Edwin Sawerei, University of Eldoret, and a board member at Rvtti.
Good morning, Madam PS. My name is Isaac Herod from University of Eldoret and board member.
Madam PS, my name is Dr. Chepsiror Philomena from Moi University.
Thank you. Now let's give them better claps than that. Thank you, thank you. Madam PS, as you said earlier on, we are not leaving the universities because we cannot go TVET alone. These universities are our great partners in the training that we do. Whether they are within or far from here, they give us a very serious support. We appreciate you. We have other stakeholders, partners, industry players. I request that if you're here with us, our funders, the banks, the media team, just wave. Thank you very much. Let's appreciate them. I know media, thank you. Media may not want to be really known, but they do their job and we thank you very much. We have with us our regulator, members of TVETA, Karibuni. Let's allow them to introduce themselves.
Madam PS, my name is Tom Andrew from TVET Authority, also an alumni or alma mater of this institution.
Thank you, Mr. Tom.
Good morning, Madam PS. My name is Matthew Gamay from TVET Authority. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam PS. My name is James Muli from TVET Authority. Thank you.
Thank you. TVET Authority has journeyed with us in improving our standards and we really appreciate your presence. We have with us, before I go to the editorial board, allow me to recognize the presence of our students. If you're here in the house, stand. Thank you. Thank you so much. And these students are not only from Rvtti, we also have our other institutions joining us in the competition. We appreciate you. Thank you. Our staff. Thank you very much. Top admin, just stand and wave. I may not allow you to introduce. We are running short of time, but just wave wherever you are. Thank you. The conference team, where are you? Wherever you are, scattered everywhere. That's the team. They may not be seated actually, and we really appreciate you. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. We have in the house a representative from the county government. I am hoping they are here, and if they are not, they'll be joining us. They thought our program starts a little bit late, but they will be part of us in the course of the day. Madam PS, before I hand over to the chair editorial board, allow me to introduce and recognize a guest from Tanzania. Yes, karibu sana ndugu. Please allow him to say good morning in their language, you know.
Yeah, good morning, Madam PS. I'm Dr. Yazia Sanmuso from Mbeya University of Science and Technology. I'm very happy to be here with you in this event. Asante sana.
Thank you. Karibu sana ndugu mpendwa. Karibu sana Kenya. And Madam PS, we just received 3 or so students from Tanzania last week, and we have others coming. We have students from Uganda, we have students from Sudan, we have students from where is that? So you remind me. We even had a leader in the student council from Congo in this institution. And today we miss the presence of some 2 or 3 board, editorial board members who are not able to be with us, one from Nigeria, one from South Africa, and one from Germany. One is not well. I think the other one had issues with timing and was not able to be cleared in time. So really, we have a multitude of people from not just Kenya, but beyond. And we're really happy that this conference puts us together to celebrate the milestones that we have achieved as TVET, and of course as a country, Kenya. We appreciate you. Madam Chair, Madam PS, allow me to invite the Chief Editor to introduce his team and share more about this. Karibu sana. Let's appreciate Dr. Waweru.
Thank you so much. Our chief guest, Dr. Esther Moria, PS TVET, the board chair, Professor Some, our principal, all protocols observed. Good morning. Mine is to take this opportunity to welcome you to our 12th International Conference. I may start maybe by introducing my name. My name is Dr. Samuel Waweru. I'm the chief editor of Rvtti TVET. I belong to the university system. I'm from Asinemoliro University of Science and Technology, Civil Engineering. I wish to introduce my board members, editorial board members. Wherever they are, they can stand up. I think we have a few in our presence. You can clap for them. They had just mentioned their names. But we have Ruse from Kenyatta University, Dr. Hosea from University of Eldoret. We have Professor Chumba from Moi University, sorry. And we have Agnes, who has been around. She's an old guard of this place. Yeah, so thank you, you can sit. So Madam PS, these are the people who rigorously work on the papers that we receive, and they make sure that whatever papers we are going to publish are above standard. They are above the standards required internationally, because our journal is an international journal. The editorial board comprises of almost 12 members. Sorry, today we have only 4 in our presence, as Madam Principal has just said. Some of them could not make it. We have board members from South Africa, 1 board member from South Africa, 1 from Germany, and 1 from Nigeria, and others are from various institutions in the country. So we make sure that when we receive our abstracts, they undergo a rigorous process of vetting, so that by the time we publish those papers, they are beyond reproach. So this year we have received quite a number of papers when we advertised this conference. We received abstracts for about 97 abstracts, those people who responded. Out of these 97, we went through the editorial board, and we were able to select 70 papers. And these 70 papers will be presented in this conference. Some will be done online, and others will be done physically during the 3 days of the conference. So we have a big readership and contributors from the universities, from national polytechnics, from technical training institutions, and I can assure you this is a platform where we allow researchers and innovators to showcase their work. And people have been taking this TVET journal seriously. As we look at the number of papers that we get per year, the response is quite high. So it's a good opportunity for researchers and innovations to disseminate the knowledge that they have gained from their research process. So, Madam PS, we also thank the government for the support it has given us. through the institutions and through the council, the board of governors. They have really supported this institution. And in the process, we have seen the journal growing from a very small journal to a very renowned journal across the country and across the region. Because we are receiving papers from Tanzania, Uganda, Rwanda, Nigeria, and even South Africa. So you can see it's growing with time. And that is as a result of the support that we are getting from the institution and even the ministry. We also thank Rvtti also. Rvtti has been very supportive of us as we endeavor in this journey of raising up the standards of the journal. We have received various papers to do with the research in the areas of innovation. We also have received a lot of papers in the area of Rvtti. And there's a lot of work going on in the Rvtti institutions. We are happy that a majority of the papers are also from Rvtti institutions, the TTIs, and both from staff and students. And you can see the nature of the papers, they are growing. So we thank you also for that support in that area of TTIs. This year we also have a big achievement. We have been able to register in the Digital Object Identifier, DOI, for those who do research. So it means our journal is now cross-referenced, and those people who are doing research, especially from the universities, this is now a platform for you to publish your papers, and those papers can now be recognized by institutions because they are cross-referenced. They are the standards that are required in the publishing journal, publishing world. So from this year, we are also learning an international publication. It will be online. So everything that we are doing from this conference will be published within a month in the online journal. So it will be a great opportunity for you people to use that facility to disseminate the knowledge that you have carried out from the research. So with those few remarks, I wish to welcome you to this international conference, the 12th International Conference for Rvtti, and I wish you a happy time and a successful time in the conference. We shall be having various halls or various venues of presentations. Make sure you attend these presentations so that you can get as much knowledge as possible from these 3 days conference. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ri. Let's appreciate Dr. Ri for putting together such a wonderful team. And while he was talking, I think one of the members came in and kindly allow me to ask her to just say hello. I think the chair did not see her. Karibu sana, madam.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Selina Rono from University of Eldoret. Apologies for coming late. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's appreciate Dr. Selina. Madam Pierce, Dr. Selina was some years back a trainer here, and Dr. Agnes in the process was also a trainer and initiator of this conference. I wish that we could recognize her and appreciate her a lot. Please stand. And Madam Pierce, I want to say she left here and became a principal, and she joined us to support your work to make sure Rvtti continues. Karibu sana, Madam, we appreciate you. And maybe before I hand over to Chair, Madam Pierce, the current coordinator of this docket, Mr. Mugonji, please stand, has also been promoted, and I think it is good what you people do for them. Mr. Mugonji is now the deputy principal of Mugirango West TVC. We appreciate you for seeing the talents and the efforts that people put in. Thank you so much. So this is actually going to be his last maybe engagement, and the editorial board will have to look around now for another one to support them. We thank you so much. Allow me at this point to invite the chair, who will take over from here. Karibu sana.
Good morning, our guest of honor, Dr. Esther Moria, PS TVET, distinguished guests, researchers, industry shareholders, practitioners, TVET trainers, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure as the chair of Rvtti to welcome you to this 12th International TVET and Interdisciplinary Research Conference. PS, we are very grateful for you for coming back to Rvtti. You are our guest during the last graduation, and we really feel very happy. Coincidentally, if you look at the calendar of Rvtti for this month, our PS is on the front, on that page, launching the Rvtti water, which you are now holding. If you look at the water that we have circulated, but we will call her to officially launch once we have the papers that we have launched for selling. So Rvtti now sells bottled water. We have a borehole, and we will be doing a marketing sting soon. Thank you very much. This conference offers participants a unique opportunity to engage with presenters from across the globe, to witness the remarkable achievements in our TVET, achievement in the TVET trainee innovators as they showcase their skill and innovation ideas. The theme of this year's conference, Leveraging TVET in Future Technological Era, is both timely and essential as we navigate an era marked by rapid technological advancement and global challenges. Technological progress and research are crucial in addressing the complex problems of the 21st century and beyond. Rvtti is proud to make significant strides towards a dual training by fostering strong industry partnerships. We have successfully admitted our first cohort of trainees in various disciplines, including food technology, dairy farm engineering, automotive instrumentation. Sorry, let me repeat that. Dairy farm management, instrumentation and control, mechanical engineering, automotive engineering, air tracing, and plumbing. These are the recently launched dual training. This collaborative effort with industry aims to enhance skills impartation, ensuring our trainees are well prepared to meet the demands of the future technological landscape. Our conference this year has incorporated several sub-themes to support the main theme. The sub-themes are climate change and the environment, infrastructure, training and education, food security and agriculture, health, nutrition and wellness, ICT, and lastly, emerging technologies which are cross-cutting issues. These sub-themes are designed to guide and address technological issues and advancement that foster innovative economic growth and sustainable development, both globally and particularly in Kenya. Over the next 3 days, this conference will serve as a platform to present the latest advances in TVET and interdisciplinary research. It is an invaluable opportunity for researchers, practitioners, managers, industry stakeholders, and students to share their findings with global experts, facilitating an exchange of knowledge that is crucial for our collective processes. As we were coming in, Madam B.S., we saw what the students are exhibiting out there. The one that caught my eye was the voting, what we call the back office voting. The students know that there is quite a lot of monkey business in elections, but we are happy to see something that looks very foolproof. We promise that the next election of student leaders here, we will use that system and see how good it gets. So it might help our politicians in the long term. I urge all participants to take full advantage of this platform, engage deeply in the sessions, ask probing questions, share your insights, and build networks that can lead to future collaborations. The true value of this conference lies in an active participation and the exchange of ideas that can have a tangible impact in the real world. I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to everyone who has worked tirelessly to make this conference a reality, and the organizers, sponsors, speakers, and participants have all contributed to what promises to be a highly successful event. Your dedication and hard work are truly commendable. As we embark on this research and innovative journey, let us remain committed to our theme, leveraging TVET in the future technological era. Let us explore how we can leverage TVET to harness the potential of the future technological era, ensuring that Kenya is well equipped to thrive amidst change and innovation, through research, through innovation, and through collaboration. Kenya can compete fairly in the global stage alongside other economic giants. We name a few like China and Europe. It is my sincere hope that the ideas generated by this conference can be monetized in the future to boost our participation in the global trading arena. We have stagnated for too long, and it is high time that we become more aggressive as a country to actively participate in the development agenda, both in Africa and in the world at large. Thank you for being here. Welcome once again to the 12th Rvtti TI International TVET and Interdisciplinary Research Conference. I look forward to the fruitful discussions and groundbreaking ideas that will emerge from this gathering. I wish you a wonderful stay for the entire duration of the conference, and I believe that your lives will be enriched by the experience. I have said about the student exhibitions out there. Please visit and have a look. They're really fresh TVET ideas that can be injected with more knowledge from the practitioners and see how we can be able to do it. Madam BS, if this conference and the 11 that has come before it can be manifestation of the strength of TVET in this country, I want to urge you as one of the practitioners in the universities that it's high time that Kenya establishes true technical universities. It is in our manifesto, it is in our era, and we would be very happy to see even one for every province that used to be in this country. Let's have 8 technical universities where we can take all these ideas to a higher level and be able to compete with industries. If you look at Korea Advanced Institute of Science and Technology, 7 industries in Korea came together, formed that KAIST, and almost all the innovations that are coming out of Korea in the equipment that we buy go through technical universities. In Germany, my experience tells me Germany is industrialized because of technical universities. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to end there and take this opportunity and privilege to welcome our chief guest, our PS, long-time friend of mine when she was a registrar in the university and I was also in management. We admitted some of you to universities. My boat, you will forgive me. Yeah, I would like the boat to be upstanding and to be introduced. Give them the microphone. Let their voices be heard. Give them the microphone, starting from...
Thank you, Chief Guest. My name is Bernard Salambo. I represent you in the board.
Good morning. My name is Dipen Bhatt. I'm privileged to be on the board of Rvtti, representing industrial linkage. Thank you.
Madam PS, my name is Leah Kibichi, representing industry.
Thank you. Madam PS, my name is Edwin Sawerei, board member.
Good morning once again. Board member representing the county government of Uasin Gishu, the governor.
My name is David Some, the chair of the board, and in the next board meeting, I'm the one serving the tea. Thank you very much for the head up. Now it's my pleasure, Madam BS, to... She's the secretary of the board and the CEO of the entire business. Welcome, C. PS.
Please be seated. The board chair of Rvtti, my long-term friend, Professor Some, the county director, all the board members seated here today, the chief principal, my friend, Kuto, principals present, TVET trainers, ministry officials present, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Habari zenu? Please wave me in the air if you can see me. Bwana asifiwe. Let me begin by appreciating the entertainers who entertained us this morning. Thank you very much, Christian Union. Please clap for them. Thank you very much. The Pokot song, at least Professor Some told me that was a Pokot song. I wouldn't have known. Thank you very much. They've been entertaining since I came in the morning, and they are playing a very important role. Thank you very much. It is my pleasure to join Rvtti in this 12th conference themed Leveraging TVET in the Future of Technological Era. This theme aligns perfectly with the government's bottom-up, that transformation agenda better. This agenda prioritizes agricultural transformation, inclusive growth, empowering MSMEs, developing a digital superhighway, and fostering a thriving creative economy. The TVET sector is playing a crucial role in driving this transformation by equipping our youth with skills and fostering the innovation needed to succeed in these key areas. And this is the extent to which I agree with my long-term friend, Professor Some, with whom I worked for a long time in the university. And actually, Professor Some liked me so much when we were in the universities that at one time he told my VC that this lady doesn't need to be here anymore. She needs to move to the ministry. I moved. But that was much later after Professor Some saying that. So this is to encourage my younger sisters, like the ones from KU I met this morning, that do what you are doing and do it well. And somebody notices that, pronounces it, maybe, like Professor Some, and because there is power in the spoken word, yourself hears it, but I don't know what religion you belong to, but you need to listen to me. And you never know. Maybe it is that statement by Professor Some that finds me here. And I'm saying it here because he is here, because he is a witness of what he said himself. So please, I keep encouraging my principals, do what you are doing and you do it well. Somebody will notice it. My daughter, the principal of Ngeria, is literally my daughter because she is an 844. That's what we made 844. And you know my daughter went to 844. So because you are my daughter, please do what you are doing and do it well. Somebody notices, and even if nobody here notices, God does, and will elevate you and will do you good. I still have a speech to read. The government is prioritizing digital superhighway and creative economy as a key driver for transformation, creation of jobs, and growth. The leveraging TVET in future technological era directly speaks into this agenda, and the time is ripe that TVET sector in Kenya ought to leverage on technology and train the youth with skills that will enable them to gain hands-on skills. And I told the students that I met at the biogas chamber that we launched today, and congratulations Rvtti, because again we have said we have to go green. They have gone green as far as water is concerned. They have gone green now in biogas, and I'm encouraging them to go green in solar. And we were discussing how best they are going to go into that, because this is the way to go. And the students that I met there, because I've spoken about hands-on skills and getting jobs, that now the president has told us to work as one, government as one. So I have twinned with my PS colleague in diaspora, in immigration, PSB talk, in labor, so that me and labor are the skills owners and the traders. Roslyn, PS Roslyn Jogu of Diaspora's work is to ensure she gets the jobs across the world. PSB Talk's work is to ensure that people have the needed papers to be able to migrate. And the president has gone across this country signing bilateral labor agreements. So it is our responsibility now as the implementers to ensure that we fill into those agreements that he is signing. So I told the students, make sure you have the skills. Right now as we speak, my other staff is in Embu town for the East, which region? Mount Kenya East region, where we are taking the international recruiters to the people. So they are in Nairobi, and the people in the villages do not know them. So, Professor, we are taking the recruiters to the villages, where they are now helping the young people to get international jobs, to fill into that space that I am talking about. So I have told these youth that it is your work to get the skills. Because hii tumeanza saa hii ni kionjo tu. By the time, Professor, we do the same exercise next year, because we are going to do this yearly. We will have more students with more skills, and by then, because the other thing His Excellency the President is doing is to encourage as many investors as possible to come to this country and establish their industries here, and they need pools of skilled young people. So even as we do these academic conferences, which is what I will call this one that is going on, we would like to get an opportunity, Prof, to transform our research all the way to doables. Since me and you, Prof, sat in the university for many years, we did a lot of research. We have written a lot of papers. All this we have done and done for a long time. Can we now do research that is can be transformed into action? My friends from the universities, because I belong there, ultimately, if today I don't have a job as a PS, I'll be back in JKUAT, if I can go back there. We need to be much more practical now, and that is what Professor Some has said. We have this stagnation that we have been in as a country. We need to think without the box how to get rid of this stagnation. And if I were to be asked, I would say that we need to transform our researches to actions, to actionables, to real outcomes, tangible outcomes. It is not important to write the academic papers anymore, Professor. We have written them. Me and you lived in the university for a long time. It is time we go to the next step. The last time I was in China, no, the second last time I was in China, I went to a place where they were producing a car every 59 seconds. 59 seconds. I was talking about it yesterday. I was with Dr. Kanye in China. And every 59 seconds, there is a car that is going to be checked by a machine. They would produce a car 59 seconds, it goes through a certain machine, inapanuka hivi, hiyo gari inaingia hapo katikati, and that is to check whether that car is perfect in everything. That machine does that and the car passes and goes to the market. 59 seconds. Can we now do research? Where is my friend in search of this research? And see how we can walk beyond that research. When I see the things that that are outside here, they are very good. In fact, I want to adopt a certain fertilizer they are doing, which is also pest repellent, so that I can pour it on my kashamba, and there are no pests. We need to get to a place where we are seeing what we are doing. And that way, we are going to take our country to the next level of development. Where was I? This conference marks a significant milestone in our collective effort towards embracing and harnessing the transformative power of Tibet in Africa and Kenya in particular. As a regional center of excellence in Tibet, we are cognizant of the fact that Tibet forms the backbone of our workforce, equipping individuals with the skills and knowledge necessary to thrive in a rapidly evolving, technology-driven global economy. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve meaningful development, we need to shift towards applied research. This means research that directly addresses real-world problems and generates solutions applicable to the challenges faced in our communities and industries. Furthermore, we must ensure research and innovation are inclusive. This means actively seeking out the supporting ideas and solutions that benefit marginalized and disadvantaged communities, training institutions, research organizations, and industry players must collaborate to develop and commercialize these innovative ideas, ensuring everyone has the opportunity to participate in and benefit from economic growth. As we stand at the cusp of an unprecedented technological revolution, it is imperative that we recognize the indispensable value of Tibet in preparing our workforce for the challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. In this era of rapid technological advancement, the demand for skilled workers proficient in emerging technologies is ever increasing. TVET institutions play a crucial role in equipping individuals with the practical skills, knowledge, and competencies needed to thrive in a rapidly evolving digital landscape. Ladies and gentlemen, this 12th annual research conference is an opportune moment for us to reaffirm our commitment to enhancing the quality and relevance of TVET programs, fostering innovation and entrepreneurship, and promoting lifelong learning. By leveraging the power of TVET, we can empower the youth to adapt to technological disruption, thrive economic growth, and build a sustainable workforce for all. As we celebrate 100 years of TVET in Kenya, I encourage all TVET institutions to actively mainstream research and innovation in their programs. This is a critical step to revitalize the TVET sector, ensuring it remains at the forefront of equipping Kenyans with the skills and fostering the innovation needed to drive the better agenda. Ladies and gentlemen, TVET at 100 is set to bring together TVET stakeholders, development partners, industry players, and trainees to celebrate the milestone that TVET sector has achieved over the last 100 years. The celebrations also give us an opportunity to look back and see where we went wrong and be able to correct it. I am glad that the department is currently on the right track with the implementation of CBET, dual training implementation, and TVET, MIS, and retooling of trainers. And I am glad to recognize my friend Gideon Murenga. Gideon Murenga works with German GIZ, and these are the people who are helping us to twin our institutions to industry. People like Depend here are absolute industrialists and member of your board. So this institution should have more industry to trade with than they need. Because the absolute industrial, so my sister, that man, you should work with day and night. And we will have all the industries, all the students in this institution twinned to industry. I know him. Twinned to industry. Because we have decided as a sector, our students will be trained 50% in the institutions and 50% in industry. And the example I have been giving is doctors are doctors because, let me talk about those at the University of Nairobi. These people ensured, before he came here to this side, that they are actually at Kenyatta National Hospital, isn't it? The ones who train here in Moi Referral and Teaching Hospital, isn't it? That's why they are doctors. The same thing with the nurses. Who else are very practical in this country? That is the same thing we must do with every sector. We cannot continue talking about people looking for jobs and going to be retrained. No, we are going to partner with industry. We are actually admitting some students with industry so that as we train them, we are training them for that industry. So that as they finish, and those we have trained, Gideon is here to tell you that those who we have already trained with industry are already in industry working. So that is the way we must go as the TVET sector. The whole of last year, we spent the whole of last year, my principals are here, recrafting the curricula to skill sets. So that if we are training a civil and building engineer, we are training them to do walling, we are training them to do tiling, we are training them to do carpeting, we are training them to do painting, we are training them in gypsum technology, so that by the time that person graduates with building and civil, he can do each and everything within that container. It is not important anymore for us to have that big certificate. No. What can you do with that certificate? And that is what industry wants to hear. That is what the world wants to hear. If you, in that industry I was in China, if you see those young people working in that industry, they are like bees. And everybody is doing their part. And I have challenged these principles. Let us not have little walls being built somewhere for masonry, because those students know that little wall is going to be demolished. So they are not very serious. Do the actual building with those students and the master trainer. And because they do that wall is very serious, they'll also be very serious, because you must also train the mind. And if you go to Kiambu National Polytechnic, they have done a beautiful wall. That wall has been done by the students. When Isalambo is here, he is my technical officer. And they have painted it so well that when you drive along Kiambu Road, you wonder, ni tajiri gani ametengeneza hii wall ni students. It is beautiful. Because we are also using that wall to train the students to paint. And they do it so well. I was in State House the other day, and there is a lot of renovation that has been done there. And when you look at the painting on that, you wonder, was it painted by a person or by an angel from some place? But it's been done by a person who is so well trained that nobody else can come. Nobody can come and put a question mark on that painting on that wall. Well, probably because it is State House, but my friends, that is what we must do everywhere. And this year, because last year we were doing the curricula, we crafted the curricula in this space. This year we are doing industry engagement. So and we have industrial liaison officers now in every institution. And they are working. Now Gideon Morenga is in this institution this time. Coincidentally, we found each other here. Ensuring this institution is twinned to industry and many others. And we have agreed that we have to place and we have to drive TVET to where it must go. And this kind of research, my sister, is very pertinent, because it will speak into the issues that we must handhold, that we must hold on to be able to continue with the journey. So it is my challenge to each and every one of us to ensure that we now get to a platform where we must help the leadership of this country, which is very keen on uptake of this country to another level of development. We must ensure that we support His Excellency Dr. Ruto for the plane to take off. Mimi na kina Some tumekuwa tuki on the runway. On the runway. Tumekuwa tukisonga. But Professor Some, this plane must take off. And it is these brains sitting here, among others, who are going to come up with that button that we must touch for the plane to take off. Because we have been around here for a long time. And Professor Some also said that. As we embark on this period of intense intellectual engagement, let us remain committed to our theme. Let us explore and leverage the potential of TVET and other academics in shaping a future of technological era that is inclusive, innovative, and sustainable. It is now my humble duty to declare the 12th Rvtti Annual Research Conference officially open. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam PS. Your club imetosha kweli? Bado. Thank you. We are really humbled. Madam PS, we, in the midst of her talk, we have been joined by CEC Education from the county, Mr. Sitiene. Karibu sana. Just stand and yes, thank you so much. Madam PS, you have a team from the ministry. If you would allow for them to be recognized, and yes, Karibu, and the county director himself. There are not many, and they are the people that fund us. Can we allow them to say hello? Not my job. I only realized. Yes, thank you.
Madam PS, my name is Michael Rukut, the regional director, North Rift.
Thank you, Chief Principal. Thank you, Chief Principal. Participants, my name is Dr. Joseph Kanyi, PA and Technical Advisor to PS Rvtti.
Thank you.
Dr. Moria, all protocols observed. I'm Naomi Kalunde from the PSS Communication Office. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We did not forget you, Bwana Director. We were short of time, so we knew that the PS will introduce her people. But I think in the spirit of keeping time, she knew we will still be able to introduce you. In our midst, we also have Mr. Gideon Murenga. He's actually our key presenter, just immediately. But allow him to say good morning. I hope it's still morning.
Yeah, good afternoon. My name is Gideon Murenga. I work with GIZ as a senior TVET advisor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I wish to just inform the audience that we are trying to run because the PS has another engagement. So we're going to launch the Rvtti TVET.
Sorry, Lois, I forgot to say that we are in the process of urging the president to agree that we come up with a TVET, no, a polytechnic university in Kenya. We are having that conversation. Again, the last time I was in China, I went to Shenzhen Polytechnic University, and we had a conversation with them, and we agreed that they are going to mentor us in coming up with a polytechnic university. Because I think Professor Some was in that group that was changing. What is the polytechnic, the so-called technical university in Nairobi is called what? Technical University of Kenya. Were you in the group? Yes, he was. In changing that polytechnic to a university, and they were thinking that it was going to be a technical university. The mistake they made is that they chartered it as a university, as any other university. That was the charter it was given, together with the one in Mombasa. We tried to have a conversation with the VCs there to allow us to now take a step back and actually make them polytechnic universities, and it was total war. So what we agreed is that we abandon that space, and now the polytechnic universities that we must have now must actually start from scratch, from foundation, as a polytechnic university. It is now not possible to recharter those ones back to technical university. So we are having that conversation with the president, and we are hoping sooner than later, we are going to start coming up with a polytechnic university. So students the sky is the beginning. You can go to wherever you will go, and the current government, which is in love with TVET, is going to ensure that you are placed in a position where you can go to wherever you want to go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam PS. I want to request that we'll move down because we are now launching the volume 9 of the Rvtti journal. And then we will have one key presenter, and then we shall allow the PS to leave.
Yes, that's our volume 9. Volume 9, Rvtti journal. Thank you so much as we prepare to launch it. We appreciate your coming. We appreciate the chair, the board chair, the PS, and the chief auditor. Together, they are now launching it. Let's clap as they do it. Let's clap even more. Thank you, Madam PS. Thank you so much for launching the volume 9.
Congratulations, Rvtti, for this well done job. We want to commend you, and we want to encourage you to go even further with this work of research, because this is what we need for that takeoff that we were talking about. Thank you very much, and congratulations. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, now as we prepare for the next presenter, I humbly request receives a gift. Kindly, Madam Principal, allow us to reward the chief, the PS, a gift. Chief Principal, for the PS to receive the gift. Yes. Okay. Chair. Kindly, the board chair, you can. Okay. So. Kindly, we want to give a gift to PS. The board chair is going to present, but before that, I'd like to get the team to the Pokot dress, Shuka. Thank you. Let's have the cameraman getting the view properly. Okay. Thank you so much. Let's clap for PS. All right. That's great. Is it Kalenjin? Is it West Pokot? Is it Pokot? Yes. It looks nice. Let's clap for her. That's very nice. Very nice. Yeah, it now looks like the specs, as they're saying. Very nice. Okay, she's able to see. I thought that okay. Next is now to present a gift to her through our board chair. Thank you, Professor. Let's clap as she receives the gift. That's very nice. Okay, thank you so much. All right. Next, a gift to Kanyi. Kindly come forward. That's great. Thank you. Let's clap as he received it. Next is being given Sotet.
Dr. Kanyi is a son-in-law to us. He got his wife from Rvtti many years ago. And this is symbolic for what the Kalenjins do. And I want to request Madam Flora Mosop to come forward. Thank you.
Okay, you can.
Dr. Moria, this son of ours, we are very glad because he has walked the journey with us. He has taken care of our little girl, Tabitha. Asante sana.
Thank you. Let's clap for them. Congratulations. All of us can witness what this does. Thank you. We can now resume back to our seats as we welcome the next presenter. And I want to give this back to the editorial team to take us through. Thank you so much. Let's clap together as they sit.
All right, thank you, the mover of the session. Now, Madam PS and all participants, the next section is a section of key presentation. We have actually 3 presenters, but we have been told that we'll listen to one, then we'll release our PS. But the rest of us will remain seated so that we can listen to the other presenters. So my name is Professor Sami Chumba, and I'm going to chair this section. And Mr. Mogoji will be the rapporteur. Mogoji is there. So, karibuni. I want to introduce the keynote speaker. Our keynote speaker, the first one is Gideon Murenga. Gideon Murenga is an experienced education and training professional with over 15 years of dedicated expertise in the vocational education and training sector. He is actually specialized in implementing dual TVET systems, focusing on strengthening private sector participation in TVET, institutional capacity, and establishment of TVET centers of excellence. And throughout his career, Mr. Murenga has excelled in designing competency-based education and training CBET, occupational standards and curriculum, particularly within the dual training framework for TVET institutions. As a skilled training manager, he brings over a decade of experience in delivering impactful training sessions and cultivating leadership qualities in teams. So he works with GIS. I think you had already said that. So let's welcome him with an applause. Welcome, Madam Murenga. We give you about 10 minutes to make your presentation. Welcome.
Thank you so much, Prof. Madam PS, my good friend, Dr. Esther Moria, and all guests, students, parents, teachers. I will make a very brief presentation, and I want to focus it on dual TVET as a catalyst for CBET implementation and economic growth in Kenya. So I work with JZ, a project called Promotion of Youth Employment and TVET. And I think dual TVET has been mentioned a lot of times. I will quickly go into the details of it, but before that, just to give a background, we are talking about a changing landscape, and the only constant now is change, and this is being experienced heavily in the job market. It's very dynamic now, the industries are evolving, we are talking about 21st century skills required to be able to operate in the current world, and the demand for skilled professionals is now going beyond traditional expectations. Reports or data shows that 85% of employers globally struggle to find skilled workers. This is according to a World Bank Economic Forum report. But as we are looking at that, one of the things is that we have had myths around TVET system, and some of us here have contributed directly or indirectly to that by looking at TVET as the second option compared to university qualifications. I have nothing against universities. We have looked at TVET as an option for failures for many years. We have had parents approaching principals of TVET institutions wakiwaambia mtoto wangu ameanguka mtihani ya form 4, tafutie kitu kidogo hapa anaweza fanya aendelee kusurvive. A mindset aspect that has affected significantly the TVET system. When we look at countries that have developed, they have positioned TVET as their #1 priority. You cannot be able to grow economically, industrial-wise, if we are not able to invest in TVET. So the issues of TVET as a last resort must be able to change. The option of limited career options, which some of us have looked at it before, I'm glad the PS has just talked about the idea of getting a higher institution where TVET students will be able to progress to. I need also to mention, Madam PS, as we are speaking about that, through our dual TVET project where we are supporting Rvtti, maybe they have not read their email today, we have identified an institution called Kainu, University of Applied Science from Finland, that will be working with you between now and January 2025. So you have a window to make good use of them because they practice those higher level qualifications when it comes to TVET. Lesser prestige, sometimes TVETs are not respected. You know, they are seen as professionals, that are just dirty, blue collar, related kind of jobs. Those are the things we are talking about. And we are saying success is not determined by the path that you take, but by the skills and dedication you bring to your craft. TVET is not a choice, it's not a fallback. And it's a pathway deserving respect and recognition. One thing I love about skills development and TVET is that skills don't die, only people die. Once you acquire a skill, you can practice it even at 95 years of your age. But the professional lines that we take, that's when we talk about retirement. But in skills development space, there's no retirement. TVET education, of course, is going to support us in terms of economic growth, bridging the skills gap, and collaboration and partnerships come in key. Some of the case studies, I think they have been mentioned, Professor Some did mention about the case of Germany. TVET is their key factor in the industrial success. The dual vocational training model, which is adapted from Germany, is the one that we are implementing in Kenya. Of course, we cannot be able to import the entire model, but we have identified models, elements of the model to be able to support our TVET training. I've always said the cars that we take pride of here in Kenya, we call them German machines. The skills behind this are developed within the dual vocational training system in Germany. So we cannot be able to neglect the opportunity that exists within the TVET system. Singapore, of course, we all know the story about them. South Korea, which is always my favorite, they always call it the miracle on the Han River. Hangang River, that is in full. 1951, after the World War, 40% of their population was in absolute poverty. After 3 decades, by the time they got to 1980, they only have about 5% of their population in absolute poverty. They started focusing on export-oriented economy, supporting smaller industries with a mindset of export. Whether you are doing a small thing, you are looking at how will it feed into the export market? And that is where they are today. When you look at how TVET and industrialization, skills development supported their industrialization, Now brands like Samsung and Hyundai are generated from these countries. Of course, the others as well, China and Switzerland, and we all know this. So it is on the backdrop of this that CBET has come in to be able to support our agenda in terms of skills development. Obviously, it is built on occupational standards because dual TVET brings in the industry. We need to train what the industry requires. And these are conversations that we need to be able to. I've always said, TVET is not university and it's not basic education. TVET is designed so differently. You cannot be able to achieve the success of TVET without working with the industry. My very last meeting with industries was yesterday in town for Cochin TVC. They brought in 80 industries yesterday. Tomorrow I'm having another meeting for Kipkabos TVC. On Monday, I had a meeting in Baringo National Polytechnic for another set of industries. And I like Mr. Salambo is here. When you listen to the industries and the way we are thinking, sometimes is different. I want to give a very good example. Food and beverage costs. I think according to CBET, it has been split, food production and food service. The industries told us yesterday, that is for 5-star hotels. There are smaller industries here, they want somebody who can do production and service at the same time. So when we are doing that, we have to look at what is the industry telling us about that. CBET brings in an aspect of flexibility of growth. I think this is also something that has been mentioned about. Real world skills, promoting lifelong learning, because you acquire competence in an area, you go out, practice, come back, you can be able to progress again. I want to give another very good example. Building and construction before. You take someone to do a building and construction course, but those of us who have done construction here, you can split the competencies at construction site into about 11, which has specialists. There's a guy who does tiling. There's a person who does gypsum technology. There's a person, so everybody is able to handle different aspects of training on their own. CBET and industry linkage. So there is a link between, of course, competency-based education and training and the transition to industry. So you acquire competencies, you acquire skills, then they're able to support you to transition into the industry. And therefore, we are saying dual TVET is a pathway to CBET. So for us to achieve the aspiration of CBET, dual TVET comes in to be able to support that. So this is the summary of the model of dual TVET and how the rotation is able to work. So the students rotate between a TVET institution and an industry in 3 months block. So the first block, they start in the school, then they go to the industry, then they come to school, then they go to the industry. So they rotate until they complete their course. This ensures that students are able to acquire competencies that are relevant for the world of work. The curriculum is split into 2. We have an industry-based training plan, and you have a school-based training plan. So competencies that are more practical are transferred when the students go to the industry, and the ones that are more theoretical are transferred when students train in school. So just a summary of the steps. First of all, the industries are identified, like the example of the meetings I'm talking about that I'm currently doing with a number of institutions. They sign collaboration agreements. They develop a curriculum and training plans. They recruit and select. Industries recruit and select. So industries identify which student is able to get into class. And some of them conduct aptitude tests and various other trainings, so that they're able to assess the potential and the motivation of this student to take this particular course. Then they provide on-the-job training and classroom instruction. Then assessment and certification of skills follows that. So the industry is actually at the center when it comes to implementation of dual TVET. Industry needs, they are also the ones that employ. So they are the ones that also support transition to the world of work. Some of the benefits accrued, of course, they have given input to the curriculum, capacity development of trainers, they have supported this, donation of equipment, some of them have donated equipment, financial support. Some of them have provided financial support, like Kenya Tea Development Authority Industries in Nyamira, and there's also training of industry staff. So that is a brief of how the model is currently working. This model started in 2019. By 2021, we had about 350 students, 2022, about 65 industries and 84, of course, trainers were trained and 7 schools. Now, we have about 65 TVET schools that are implementing dual TVET. Our target was to have 800. We have 1,088 industries as at now. We have students now stand at about 2,000 who have been able to join the program. And if I just share with you the current data, because we have split the country into 5 regions, Nairobi Coast, Mount Kenya, Rift Valley, and Western. The number of partnering industry as at today, 139 Nairobi, 139 Coast, 199 Mount Kenya, Rift Valley 266, and Western 345. Out of this, industries commit different level of slots. Total slot committed from industries is 4,355 as of today, which is pure evidence and confirmation that industries are always willing to support and to be able to provide slots and support dual TVET. And quite a number of amazing things have already taken place. This is just data of some of the institutions in comparison to the industries that they have been working on. So as I conclude, we are saying we need to work with the industry for us to be able to support the acquisition of industry relevant skills. That will help us with innovation. Remember, data shows that a lot of people create jobs are the ones who went through technical education, either formally or informally. And we all know these stories of grade A's working for grade C's. It is always a conversation out there. It means if we invest a lot in technical education, these are the people who are going to generate new industries for this country. We talk about no jobs, we have no jobs. Everybody wants to get a higher qualification and look for a job. Who will create the job? That's always a question that we never have an answer for. We want to get good papers, progress up to very high levels and go be employed by someone. But who will create that job? So if we not support the skilling level, we will not be able to generate new jobs, because new innovations are new jobs. And that is an area that countries that have developed have gone several steps ahead of that. So with that, I want to bring my presentation to the end as I conclude that for us to be able to achieve dual TVET, one, cooperation between the government, the business community, and social partners will be key. 2, learning within the workplace, acceptance of national standards, then qualified teachers and trainers, and finally, institutionalized research and advice, which is very relevant to this session. Asante sana.
All right, and a better clap for him, please. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Gideon. Usually on our keynote address, we don't ask questions. It's more of information. So with that, I think we've got the information, and if you want more information about what he does, you can maybe have time with him after this for more inquiries. When you look at our program, we still have 2 more. That's why we are giving them only 10 minutes so that we can move on for lunch, and we break into sections. I hope Magdalene Chipkemoy. Where's Magdalene? Okay. I'm also expecting. Do you have another keynote address? In the program, I'm seeing somebody, Professor Andala. Are you here? All right, so it's not there. Magdalene, we are waiting for Magdalene. Yeah. All right, welcome, Magdalene. I want to introduce you briefly. Yes. So, ladies and gentlemen, Magdalene is here with us, Magdalene Chepkemoi. She is the CEO. Yeah. Okay, sorry. All right, I'm correct that she's not Magdalene herself. You know, she works with Magdalene. She's presenting on behalf of Magdalene Chepkemoi. And of course, when you look at our program, Magdalene is actually the CEO of Eldo Hub, and she is the chairperson of innovation hubs in the country. So welcome, madam. But you will also introduce yourself, please.
Thank you so much. And yeah, I'm here on behalf of Magdalene. She actually sent her greetings. And Magdalene is the CEO and the founder of Eldo Hub. And yeah, when I look at the team of the conference, Magdalene has been actually championing the innovation and technology and innovation countrywide. And she has actually been a mentor over many, even including the students here. Yeah, we've mentored a lot through Sasakazi platform, and we are happy to be part of this. And today, actually, I'll read my speech because Magdalene told me, just go and say something. Yes, so my name is Sarah Chebogen Towet. I'm also a tech, and I'm happy that we are supporting the ecosystem. So it's actually crucial that we recognize the pivot role that technology and vocational education and training, that is TVET, plays in preparing individuals for the challenge and opportunities that lies ahead. And in this, we support this march at Eldo Hub, where we focus in education, innovation, and technology. And to introduce Eldo Hub is education, innovation, and technology organization that focus in youths and women in preparing them to benefit with opportunities and emerging ICT industries offers and close the skills gaps in Africa's job market. We provide STEM training, education, job matching, and digital work. We also run entrepreneurship development program for them, as well as including startups to bring them into ideas, to bring their ideas into life. We do this by working in 4 pillars, that is skills development, job creation, digital transformation of MSMEs, and business coaching and mentorship. And as we navigate the complexity of the future of technology era, leveraging TVET will be paramount in preparing individuals for the challenges and opportunities focusing in digital skills. Forging industries and partnership development of forging industries, partnership, developing soft skills, and fostering entrepreneurships and innovation. We ensure that our workforce is already to thrive in technology-driven world. And to conclude this is that we embrace the power of TVET as a catalyst for the challenge, innovation, and progress in the future technological era. And together we can build the skilled workforce that is equipped to meet the demand of tomorrow and seize the opportunities that await us. And by saying this is that Eldo Hub as an academy, tech academy, that focus in developing skills for youths. And we focus mostly in tech skills. That is number 1, web development. We have graphic design, and we also data science, cyber security and online safety. And we've continued doing this, and we support the tech talent by linking them to job opportunities, where we build a platform called Sasakazi. I don't know if most of you have heard about. We have a platform called Sasakazi, and we support both businesses and the tech talents. So if you have a skill in tech, a tech skill, whether it's digital marketing, web development, software development, as long as that's a digital skills, you do not need to say that I'm a graduate, but as long as you can deliver and develop and do something on that, we give you a job to gain experience. At the same time, we match you with a mentor. We do not just say we are picking someone to work on businesses projects, but then first we vet you, you go through the vetting assessment, and after that now we match you with the project to give you an experience. Because at the end of the day, most of the businesses says we need someone who is experienced. But then now, who is going to give experience to those people who just graduated? Who is going to give experience to those people who have skills but do not have experience? So for us at Sasakazi, we just give you that experience and prepare you to be ready for the market. Thank you and enjoy the conference. And I would actually like with my colleague Charles, and who is going to take us through the rise and economics of the gig economy. Through this project, we are working with the DTC Kenya gig economy. Yeah. Karibu Charles.
So our guests from other TVET institutions, our host, Jambo. Yeah, so my name is Charles Zakari, and I work with at Rvtti as a digital transformation lead. Yeah, I'm just going to come in to step in because you can see that we cannot fit in Magdalene's shoes. So the two of us have to be there so that at least we can fit into the keynote speech. Yeah, just as what Sarah has said, of course, Rvtti, we are based in Eldoret. We are one of the innovation hubs that are away from Nairobi. Of course, we are coming down here at the grassroots level so that we can be able to support innovation at this level. And we are very glad to be part of this conference. Yes, so I'll just talk about the other aspect of job creation that we do at Rvtti, and that is through the gig economy. And maybe I'll just by asking you a simple question. For all of us who are here, maybe are you interested to do something, a side hustle, from what you do from every day? Yeah, how many of you are interested in doing that? Yeah, you can show me with your hand. Yeah, you can see that almost all of us are interested in doing that. Is that right? And basically, that's one of the opportunities that we get with the gig economy. Okay, we talk about a gig economy. So a gig economy is just a form of a new way of working whereby you engage with an employer on a very temporary terms, but you deliver a service and then you get what? You get employed. So at the end of the day, the employee is satisfied, okay? And then you're also satisfied because you have something in the pocket. So these are a new form of engagement that has really come up, and that it's new because it has come up as a sort of innovation. It's something that is really taking up the economy, and we must embrace it. So that's something that you have to embrace. So with this opportunity of the gig economy, of course, we have got other challenges that come with the gig economy. It being new, of course, we find that if you look at our policy, the greater framework, we find that it has not really been captured anywhere. It's just something that is emerging, and people are just finding themselves being engaged into it. And because of that, we find that there are also so many other risks that are involved. Because one, we don't understand how it works, because it's basically based on innovation. And then secondly, it has not been defined. Because like for instance, when you talk about a gig worker, is it really a permanent job or a temporary job? You find that it depends with an individual. Some people, they take it as a permanent job. Is that right? Most youths nowadays, that's what they do. They say that, me, I will just sit in the house with and then finya my laptop and then make some earnings. So you find that they don't see the reason as to why they should have other form of employment. Also, as employers, they also think, why should I employ somebody and pay them salary? I only want this work done. Is that right? So I only need to make a request for somebody who can be able to come and fulfill that particular task that they have at that particular time. And that case, the transaction is done. So you find that that's a new model of working, of which is really affecting all of us. And I think with a show of hands, I'm glad that all of us are affected. So because of that, as Rvtti, we have actually partnered with other partners to see how we can be able to drive this ahead. And one of our partners is GIZ, of course, which are really trying to help to create awareness about this gig economy, what are the opportunities, what are the challenges that are involved. And we have some online free courses that are available, okay? That all of us as stakeholders need to take up these courses so that we can understand how does this gig platforms and gig economy work, and how can we make sure that we take advantage of each and every opportunity that's available within the gig economy. So without taking much of your time, maybe I'll just want to introduce you to the link about the gig economy, because I'm sure you won't understand what gig economy. At least today, you can order food, sindio, on Glovo, yeah? You can ask for a taxi using what? Wasili, is that right? Yeah, so you find that in that case already you are actually becoming an actor within the gig economy. So all those are forms of gig economy. So we have some online courses that I would want to introduce to you, because actually I've confirmed that you are key partners. So we have 2 types of courses that are available on a platform called Atingi. Sorry, it's not showing. Oh. Yeah, I stop it, then I. Yes, so maybe it could be an issue with the projector, but I think it's something that you can actually access. For those who are online, you can simply go and browse Atingi gig economy courses, okay? Is that right? So you just go to the Google and then you Google Atingi online courses. So you're going to, it will take you to the site that contains the courses. Yes, then for those who are inside here, again, we have got here and QR code. You can also scan this. For some of us have got very smart machines, yeah? They can just capture that and then it takes you to the link. If you have the data, you can also do that using the QR code, and it will take you to the course. So once you go there, you find that you're going to do a very simple process of enrolling to the platform. And I would want to encourage most youth to go to this platform here, because there are so many courses that are freely available that can help you to transit from being a learner into a self-employee. Is that right? In a digital skills space. So you simply scan there and then you go to the courses. So because of the time, maybe we might not be able to do that, but I would want to urge those who are able to do that, you can go there, join, enroll to the course. So enrollment is a very simple process. It will request you to enter your email and then agree on terms and conditions. And then using your email, you can validate your access to the account, and then from there you can be able to access to the courses. So we really want to urge you to do the courses which are freely available. Of course, it takes like 45 minutes, but they're very informative, they're very engaging, and then based on that, okay, yeah. So we have got almost 8 modules for policy stakeholders and 6 modules for gig workers. So all of us, in one another, we can actually come in either as gig workers or as policy stakeholders. Sorry. Yeah. Machine. Yeah, so you can simply go to that site there, online@tingi.org, okay? Then you'll be able to access the course. So we really want you to engage with the content. And then, of course, once you are done with the content, you can always scan there, and then give us the feedback. Because we really want to contextualize this content so that we can see how you can be able to support us to grow our economy. We have got no option but to embrace what? Gig economy, is that right? Yeah, employers are talking about gig economy, workers also talking about gig economy. So that's our urge. And as Rvtti, we have taken the front. We are actually the ones who are doing the dissemination of these courses in the country, and we want Rvtti to take the lead. So we are so much grateful for this opportunity, and thank you for listening to us. Thank you so much.
Just to add on something, it's like we have a booth outside there. If you have a challenge accessing the courses, you can actually visit us there and we'll help you. And also, yes, and thank you. And also, that you'll have a certificate. Once you've completed the course, you'll receive a certification on that. You'll get to understand more on how the digital labor platforms works. Are there taxation and the regulations that governs the gig work? When you work online, is there taxations? Are there regulations? So we need to be aware also about that, because that is the way to go. Thank you. Thank you, Charles.
All right, a clap to Sarah and Charles. I think that's very, very, very informative. And that's where we're actually heading to. You know, I just Googled so fast and I realized that you're already having that 6,000 workers, countrywide. That's very, very encouraging. And that is very relevant, especially to the youth. Can they still work when they're in here? Yeah. So I think our students here who are here, please take advantage of that. You can earn something for your, for your upkeep. So I think in the interest of time, I want to welcome Juliet. Juliet is one of the trainers here from the Health Science Department. We are just going to give about, no more than 10 minutes. She'll be the last presenter. Then, so she's the last presenter, then I think we'll now head to lunch and then we break up to have the break-up sections. So Juliet, please, welcome.
So, good morning, everyone. I'm Juliet. I'm going to talk on bread. Now, the topic of my presentation is minimizing micronutrient deficiency through incorporating selected pulses and tubers in baked products. And there is a product we have been developing and by the brand name Lentish Bread. Okay, I'll talk about the background information. We normally experience hunger and famine all over the world, and there's one aspect of hunger that we don't focus on, and that is hidden hunger, micronutrient deficiency. When there is macronutrient deficiency, it is seen, but micro, it's not seen, and so it can be neglected. And it affects a big population. About 2 billion people are affected. And the micronutrient of concern is vitamin A, iron, iodine, folate, zinc. And they cause many morbidities and mortality cases, especially among children and women. And so many studies have indicated the deficiency. About 60% to 70% of children in sub-Saharan Africa are affected by those deficiencies. And the primary reason for all deficiency diseases is low nutrient intake. We have other reasons like diseases, but this is the primary reason. And studies also attest to that. Like a study was done, a systematic review to evaluate iron, vitamin A, zinc, and iodine status intakes in children and adolescents 0 to 19 years in Ethiopia, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa, and it indicated the low intake ranging from 51 to 99%, that for zinc, 13 to 100% for iron, 1% to 100% for vitamin A. And so that is ranging all the countries, Ethiopia, Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa. So Kenya is also affected. Now studies on nutrient intake, again, like studies, a study has been done evaluating how Kenyan consume these micronutrients like vitamin A, and only that 4% of Kenyan children have been found to be consuming diets rich in vitamin A. Now all this could be attributed to the staple diets that are deficient in most of these micronutrients. And therefore this calls for innovative ways to improve micronutrient value for various staple foods, especially bread that we are developing. So bread is a worldwide staple food, but it's deficient in almost all micronutrients, but particularly iron, vitamin A, and zinc. Now, the most bread we find in our supermarkets is white bread, and it's low in nutrient density. We call it a junk food because it gives us calories only. Most nutrients are lost during processing, especially fiber. Now, the solution that we have decided to do is to develop bread that is nutrient dense. Now, we develop bread using the locally available foodstuffs, that's lentils, beans. We have a variety developed by Calero called Nyota beans, then orange fleshed sweet potatoes. The Nyota beans developed by Calero is biofortified with extra zinc and iron. Then all of us know orange fleshed sweet potatoes is rich in vitamin A. And then the lentils that we keep on consuming in our daily is also rich in many nutrients, but particularly fiber and other bioactive compounds. And all this, especially fiber, it strengthens the gut. So giving us a healthy gut that can help us, can minimize diseases like constipation and colon cancer. So consumption of the product by the population is expected to minimize these micronutrient deficiencies. Now we are using pulses, and pulses also makes the product to have more resistant starch, and this can also control sugar levels, especially in people having diabetes or requiring their calorie diets. So, and even cardiovascular diseases. Now, contribution of the product to nutrition. Using the recipe that we made, we were using 100 grams of Nyota flour, 50 grams of lentils flour, and 200 grams of orange fleshed mashed potatoes. Now we using the 100 grams, we are making 5 loaves of bread of 400 grams each. Now 100 grams from literature gives us 5.34 iron. Now the RDA is recommended the dietary allowance. The level of nutrients required to sustain life of each nutrient. Now the RDA for iron is 8. So using the flour, we were getting 66% of the RDA. And we normally use bread for breakfast. So we have already gotten, now but per serving that a slice, or quarter slice of bread is 15% of iron of RDA. So it means you only require so little iron so that you can get the RDA. Now for zinc, is for the 100 grams that you used, we are getting 2.37, that's 8% of RDA. And then fiber provided by lentils is 12.5 grams, 15%. Then the orange fleshed in the one serving is giving us about 25%. Now, this is the orange fleshed sweet potatoes. It has been learned that from study literature, if you take a piece of a small sweet potato, it can boost health, and it can give a person the required RDA of vitamin A. Now, another importance of our product has a positive environmental impact. It reduces carbon footprint. Now, when you talk of the carbon footprint, this amount of carbon dioxide or greenhouse gases emitted during production, processing, transportation, and disposal of a product. Now, according to so many studies done, carbon footprint of pulses is a 1/10 of carbon footprint. Now, another thing we know about a product, we are using several pulses, and all these combined together gives us a quality protein. Now, the protein that we can get from meat, we can get it from this combination of several pulses. So, when you combine so many pulses, it means we'll get the required protein, and we'll minimize the carbon. They will not interfere with the environment. Now, how are we moving on? We did experiments, developed the first recipe, developed the product, did some hedonistic tests to evaluate product acceptability, and it has been found to be acceptable. We are still in the lab retesting to find out, to analyze the health characteristics before we take the product for marketing. Now, once our product will be ready, we'll adopt several business models. We'll do B2B2C model. We can supply it to other business people to sell for us, or we can be selling the recipes, or we can be selling to schools. Okay, in case we need you can support us by giving us this quantity of finance, then we can finish developing our product. Okay, it was a team. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Juliet Wafula. That is a very innovative. Look, using locally available foodstuffs. I don't know whether you want to ask a question. This is it's not even a keynote, it's a presentation, which I think I wish it would have come during your normal time, presentation time, for more interrogation and information. Unless somebody has something, only one person, we can allow one person to. Do you have samples? Are you somewhere within here? Yeah, I think for more information and maybe your input, please just visit the stand outside on innovation, so that you can really have the feeling on what they are intending to do. Otherwise, with that, I want to hand over back to the MC to give us direction. Thank you very much.
Okay, let us clap for the programmer. Thank you so much for taking us through. I think we've learned a lot. We've known so much information about these keynote speeches, including the presentation that has just ended. Now we've come to the end of the morning session, and we like to make some announcements. And before that, I'm told that this code that is here, you need to scan it just to give a feedback to gig economy. So if you have a phone, and I believe all of us have those smartphones, you can do that scanning. As we break for lunch, I'd like us to observe the following. One, in here we have presenters, we have guests, we also have rapporteurs, session chairs, and the editorial board, including the HODs. That is one group that we have in here. And then the other group, we have trainers and trainees. And I'd like to give this direction that we have 2 serving points for our lunch. The first serving point is our restaurant. And the restaurant will be strictly for the following. One is the presenters. If you have a tag as a presenter, you'll be guided by Mr. Ben. Ben, you can raise up your hand. For the presenters, I know they are new here. They may not know where our restaurant is. So Ben will guide us to that. Then we have the guests, the invited guests, and then the editorial board, the chairs, session chairs, the HODs, and rapporteurs. All these will be guided by Mr. Ben to the restaurant of the institution. Trainers and trainees, all of us, we have been requested to assemble at the conference 1 down there, and we shall be guided by Jaika. Jaika, you can get close here so that people can see you. I know Machoda have not seen you. Yes, this is Jaika. He'll guide the trainers and trainees to the conference hall where we shall take our lunch. Then immediately after lunch, we'll come back here for the afternoon activities, which again will be guided by the okay. DJ will present as follows, yeah? TVETA presenter, which is projected on the screen. Then we have Lausanne, should follow immediately after the TVETA. And then Ochoada, you here? Are you here? Ochoada, are you here? Kindly. It's called breakout room 1 and breakout room 2. So welcome to this presentation. Now I hand over to the session chair.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. Najua after lunch labda watu wameweka inaitwa lifesaver au ni screen usiweke hiyo screen. We want to go about the business of the day in second session, and we shall be started off by Matthew Kimei. As you can see, the topic there is assessing the status of gazetted TVET regulatory standards uptake in Kenyan TVET institutions, a case of national polytechnics and technical and vocational colleges. Bwana Kimei works with the TVET authority. That's correct, eh? So we shall give him time, listen to him. There will be time for questions after his presentation, and feel free, if you need any clarification, we shall allow you to do that. My rapporteur is Kate. Thank you so much. My name is Samuel Waero. I had introduced myself in the morning. I'm the chief editor of Rvtti. Thank you and welcome. So you can go ahead.
Good afternoon. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this paper. So I'll first start by introducing myself and the organization that I work in. My name is Matthew Kimei from TVET Authority, and we did a study on assessing the status of gazetted TVET regulatory standards uptake in Kenya TVET institutions, a case study of all the national polytechnics and technical and vocational colleges. So including the TVCs is actually a category that also includes the TTIs. TTIs are the TVCs. So in my outline, so this one is taking some time to, so that is basically the outline, what we did in this paper. We have something on the background and the statement of the problem, the objectives, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion, as well as recommendations that were found out from the findings of this particular study. So I'll start with the background information. Actually, I'll first start by introducing what is a standard. Basically, since morning, I think the word standard was mentioned several times. And basically, standards are actually the requirements. And some standards also include some guidelines on the same. So these particular standards are meant to improve the quality of training in our colleges or technical and vocational colleges. Now, in the developed countries, a study was done by Kuo and Alam, that is 2010, and he found out that the success of vocational training is attributed to wide or extensive implementation of regulatory standards. So that is why these particular countries actually have made some enormous strides in matters training. Because in as much as they have a good foundation in the educational system, they are also adopting and also implementing these particular standards. So in Kenya, we have developed around 10 standards through TVET Authority,
And these particular standards, maybe I'll be mentioning one of them. So they were developed as well as cassetted. So they are called regulatory standards. There are 10 of them. But then, by the time we were conducting this study, it was around 6 of them. So I'll mention briefly about the standards that were developed by the authority. So we have, I'll first start by TVET Regulation 2015. So the TVET Regulation 2015 was actually meant to operationalize the TVET Act, that is number 29 of 2013. So those are the TVET regulation. So we actually consider this one as one of the standards because of, by the time we were doing this particular study, there were no standards that was developed actually to guide in establishment and running of TVET institutions. So we have TVET Regulation 2015. So these other standards were developed in the year 2019. We have one of them is CPETA, the so-called competence-based education training and assessment standards and guidelines. We also have another standard that was developed in the year 2019 called prior learning assessment and recognition standard. But then, this one, the name was changed. It was actually reviewed because of the national policy on RBL. So the name actually changed to recognition of prior learning standard. And then we had another standard on that we did a study on trainer qualification framework. That is also a standard that was developed in the year 2019. ODEL, Open Distance and E-Learning, that basically guides on how institutions will actually implement e-learning. And then finally is the Center of Excellence standard. We also did a study on the same. So I'll move to the statement of the problem. Is actually what informed us to conduct this particular study. TVETA cassetted or Kenya's cassetted regulatory standards that I've mentioned. But then for adoption and implementation, but then despite almost 3 years of gazettement, there were no records showing uptake of those particular standards in our TVET institutions. We had developed them and gazetted, but then there are no records actually showing the uptake of these particular regulatory standards in our institutions. I'll move to the objectives of this particular study. And the objective, we had the main objective. The overall objective was actually to assess the status of cassetted TVET regulatory standards uptake in national polytechnics and TVCs. So the specific objective for this study, number one was to determine, we had 3 specific objectives. One of them is to determine the level of awareness and availability of cassetted TVET regulatory standards within those 2 categories of institutions. Then number 2 was actually to determine the extent of implementation of these particular standards. And then finally was actually to identify the factors affecting uptake of these particular TVET regulatory standards. So I'll move directly to methodology, which actually guides on how this particular study was conducted. We actually employed mixed methods of research. We had a qualitative as well as a quantitative data. And our target population was the number of accredited TVET institutions when this particular study was conducted. That was 2,300. And then the sample size, we employed a stratified random sampling method, where now institutions were classified based on category, type, and also the county. So the sample size, we visited 174 institutions, which translates to around 7.5% of accredited TVET institutions in the country. So I've actually mentioned about the data collection procedure. We visited those institutions and also did an interview to administrator, head of department, and also a trainer who was randomly selected from various departments. So we also analyzed this data, and these are the results and discussions. So overall, I can say the response rate was actually 80%. So we had sample 174, and out of 174, only 138 institutions were able to respond in one way or another. So that translates to around 80%. So the first finding is awareness of Tibet regulatory standards. So that was our first objective. And generally, as you can see from the figure, we had the national polytechnics, the level of awareness was actually 100%. And then for TVCs was 77, and then for vocational was actually 23. And for the national polytechnics, all were aware because maybe it can be attributed to maybe sensitization that they normally attend, because as the authority we normally conduct some sensitization about those standards that have been developed. Then number two, that was now objective number 2, was now availability. No, it's actually number 1. We had awareness and availability as the first objective. So concerning the availability, we were actually checking evidence in terms of either soft copy or the hard copies. And from this particular figure, you realize that 23% of the national polytechnics, because we visited actually 12 of them, so that means only 2 national polytechnics, and around 60% did not have any of the targeted regulatory standards, because we were actually targeting 7, but then from this figure, 23% of national polytechnics and 60% of TVCs did not have any of the targeted 7 national polytechnics. Now, the reason could be these 23 and 60%, so that means it is actually against the Tibet Quality Assurance Framework, because the Tibet Quality Assurance Framework envisage that all institutions registered or accredited should actually acquire regulatory standards and also implement them. So I'll move very fast because of time. And then now that was the general, but then if we now narrow down to the national polytechnics, we were now seeing the 7 standards, and as you can see, 60% of the national polytechnics had CPETA standards, or competence-based education and training assessment standard. So 60%, the NB standard was 60%. So overall, it was ranging from 30 to 60%. Now, as you can see, national polytechnics are mandated to develop CPET curriculum. So that is why, as you can see, 60% could be as a result of national polytechnics having interest to develop the CPET curriculum. Also, the standards you can see is actually 60%, but then these national polytechnic standards are meant to guide on establishment and also running or operations of the NBs, the national polytechnics. So, and then for the TVCs, as you can see, if we make some comparison, generally in TVCs, the availability was actually generally low. And we were confirming the availability through checking whether hard copies or the soft copies are actually available. We were checking for evidences. So for TVCs, it was actually generally low across all those particular standards. So as you can see, the Tibet Regulation 2015, which is actually meant to establish and also running institutions, we had 38 for the public and then 18% for the private. So for implementation, which was actually our third objective, so as you can see, we are starting with the national polytechnic. Generally, in national polytechnics, implementation was between 20. So the implementation is yellow, and then not implementing is actually the green. So it was ranging from 20 to 60%. So that means actually the implementation was generally low, but then as you can see also CPETA standard was actually at 60% because of the reason that I had mentioned, that they have interest in maybe developing the CPET curriculum. And then for the TVCs, the implementation was ranging from 13 to around 27%. So still, it is actually generally very low. Then finally is the factors on objective are the factors affecting uptake of gazetted TVET regulatory standards in Kenya TVET institutions. So we had several factors, and responses was actually obtained using the Likert scale, where we had 3, that is disagree, neutral, which is undecided, and maybe agree. And as you can see from the table above, awareness, improving the uptake of TVET regulatory standards, management commitment, improving the uptake of regulatory standards, capacity building, improving the uptake of TVET regulatory standard, enforcement or follow-up by TVETA improves the implementation of regulatory standards, acquisition cost, that is the cost of actually acquiring the standard, and the stakeholders' involvement in development of standards. So, as you can see, agree, most of them was actually between over 80% and above. So that means actually these are the factors that affect the uptake of gazetted regulatory standards within our institutions. But if when you check for the cost, if you have the percentages for the acquisition of the cost, that is 56 plus 36, then divided by 2, is actually below 50%. So that means also these particular standards are also affordable. But then generally, these were the factors affecting uptake of gazetted regulatory standards. So I'll move directly to the conclusions, which is actually a majority of the respondents in that matter were aware of existence of TVET regulatory standards, with awareness ranging from 100, that is for national poll is 100%, and then TVCs is actually 77%. Then for the study also found out that 23, which I had mentioned, of the NBs, and 60 did not have any of the standards. So, and then the level of implementation was actually ranging between 20 to 60% for NBs, that is the national polytechnics, and then 4 to 27% for the TVCs. So I'll move directly to the recommendations. We made some recommendations based on the findings of this study, and one of them was actually the authority to establish mechanism for regular sensitization. Actually, we have been doing this sensitization whenever any standard is being developed, but then the level of attendance is also still very low. So that is why one of the recommendations is the authorities actually establish mechanism to actually for regular sensitization of all the stakeholders to improve the knowledge on the content of these particular regulatory standards. And then number 2, you know that the standards are actually developed and then they are enforced. So the authority is also conducting periodic follow-up and enforcement on implementation, because you can acquire a standard but then you are not implementing. So that is why one of the recommendations was the authority to actually conduct a periodic follow-up and enforcement of implementation of these particular regulatory standards. So another one is another recommendation is the authority to support institutions to access gazetted TVET regulatory standards by making them available at no cost. That is also a recommendation. Even though from the findings we found out that only 46% were agreeing that this could be a factor that affects uptake of these particular regulatory standards. And then another recommendation was the authority to include acquisition of applicable regulatory standards as a mandatory requirement during accreditation. You realize that some standards are not maybe applicable. Like I can give an example for the NB or the National Polytechnic Standards may not applicable for the TVCs. It can only be applicable for those technical and vocational colleges that have desire maybe to be elevated to a national polytechnic. Then another one was the authority to incorporate a wider section of or cross-section of stakeholders. Normally when we develop a standard or even a draft, we normally invite the key stakeholders, but then we are also recommending that we can have a wider cross-section of stakeholders so that they can enhance the adoption. And then finally, the institutional administrators, that is now a recommendation to any training institution to put in place interventions to enhance awareness among their staff on standards and other regulatory requirements. Otherwise, that is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Can we applaud him again? Thank you, Matthew, for that great presentation. I think now we can allow some questions from the floor. Any questions, comments? There's somebody, okay. We shall use the same.
Yeah, thanks very much for the nice presentation, but I had one question to your presentation. If I'm not mistaken, you said that you did a mixed method study, but from what I have seen, it looks like you presented only the quantitative, so I was wondering where the qualitative study, how many findings, and maybe what did they say? Thanks.
Another one? We can take a series of questions before he reacts. No one.
Good afternoon. Now, if you get to your methodology, in your methodology, you have a target population of 2,300 accredited TVET institutions. Now, who are your respondents? How many were they? Getting to the sampling, which method did you use for sampling? Because you have the technique, you have the sample size, and the sample size is 174. Get to your findings. Just continue. That where you are looking at factors. If your sample size was 174 and you have findings for agree in terms of acquisition of costs, inhibits uptake of regulatory standards, agree is already 199, neutral is 65, disagree is 91. That one already surpasses your sample size. Go to slide number 1. No, in your background. The background. In slide number 1, the background. Now, I think it's the next slide, please. Okay, there's somewhere that you are saying, I cannot really recall, but there's a place where you're saying that TVET regulatory standards, there are no specific gazetted standards that provide requirements for establishment to run TVET institutions. And then your title is assessing the status. So where is the study now? Thank you.
So, can you take up those first? Then we come for another round. Please.
So thank you for the questions. Now, in our midst, I also have a colleague. So maybe if that is allowed, he can also respond to some questions. But then I just want to start with the last question. That was so about the sample size. You realize that we have 174 in our methodology. That is 174 TVET institutions that we actually visited. But then, out of this 174, we had 3 respondents. One of them was the administrator. So the administrator in this matter is either the principal or deputy, or even registrar, whoever was around during that time of the study. Now, if we realize that 174, those are number of institutions. But then we have now 3 respondents. So that is why a number of institutions as the sample size cannot agree with the factors, because we had 3. Normally we sample institutions. We don't sample we actually sampling institutions based on category, type, and also, so when we talk of category, we have a number of categories, national polytechnics, TVCs. We also have some other categories, but then our interest for this study was the national polytechnics and the TVCs. So I don't know whether your questions has been addressed. Okay, fine. So I'll invite James Mulinga to also respond to those other items that were raised. James?
Yes. Maybe I wanted to... Maybe if I got him well, he has to ensure the sampling technique. He said the sampling technique is already there, which my colleague has explained as stratified sampling technique. But he wanted to know how we did the sample. I want to understand how we did simple random sampling within each stratum. Once we classify them, that is as TVCs, then we do simple random sampling to pick the institutions themselves. I think that is what he asked, if I got him well. Then, any other question which he did not respond to? On, yes, he also asked on something to do on the mixed methodology, both quantitative and also qualitative. For the factors, that was qualitative research, whereby they were telling us the factors which they think affected the uptake of CBET, or those other standards. CBET is just one of them. There are 7 standards. Then there was another issue he said from him on the issue of what was the study about. Since my colleague said the standards were not there. The 6 regulatory standards are already gazetted. By the time we were doing this study, the 6 standards are already graded, they are already gazetted. You can find them on the website. So it is not that they are not there, they are already there. So what we are checking is just the uptake of them in terms of availability within the TVET institutions and whether they are implementing them. Because it's one thing to have the standard and it's another thing to implement the standard. Because we have find cases whereby, if you look just pick like a simple standard like TQF, that is Trainer Qualification Framework, which has some requirements. We can have the standard, but when you go to institution, you'll find that some trainers holding a diploma, they are also training diploma. That means you are training the same level with your qualification, which is against the standards. So we are checking whether it is available, and if yes, are you implementing the requirements of that standards? So the standards are already there. It is not that they are not there.
All right, thank you. I think the concern on methodology was, you presented that you did both quantitative and qualitative, but what came out strongly here was quantitative. So maybe as you go back to finalize on this, if there's qualitative data, then incorporate the last paper, the final paper. And also on the design, you talked of having mixed research design. Of course, we have designs under mixed research, which I think you can focus on those ones, so that you don't just talk of mixed research design. Talk about maybe convergent parallel. We have the explanatory sequential and many others. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that is noted. It's a nice comment that it is noted.
Perhaps maybe you should also comment on enforcement. How can these standards be enforced?
Yes, that is nice. We normally do enforcement. Actually, we have our own department for enforcement, which they normally do quality audits. After the requirement is that they do it after every 2 years. So after every 2 years, once you have been registered as an institution, there is a team that will always come to do the quality. What they are doing to do the quality, they are going to see whether you are following the standards, the set standards in different perspectives, from management to training, all those things. So we do it. But what the recommendation is, we do regular, because we have been doing them after every 2 years. But the recommendation that came from this study is that that is not enough. So that's why it came as one of the recommendations that we are recommending to the authority, in as much as they do them, to increase and do them quite often.
The floor is still open, or we can wind up. Any other burning question to the presenters? Silence. There's one. Your one. You can also ask. Can also ask.
Thank you. I must say it is a very good research that you have presented. I have a question and wondering on the categories that you picked on. I feel like you left one very important category, that is the TTI. And if you left it, then what were the reasons? Why did you leave that category in particular? And I feel it has many institutions like this one of ours.
Thank you very much. Now, when you go to the categories of different institutions, we have the National Polytechnics, we have the Technical Vocational Colleges, which is here. The TTIs follow under TVCs. They are under Technical Vocational Colleges. Actually, there are three. It is National Polytechnics, TVCs, and the vocational, the low ones, the vocational training centers. So the TTIs are part of this, and the TVCs. Yes. You find that name has been used even now when you go to the count. They are calling the youth polytechnics the low ones. They are also calling them TTIs. But in terms of categorization, they are VTCs. These ones, they are TTIs, they are TVCs. Yes.
I think that's good. Okay, I think that's good enough. Can we clap for the two presenters? They were two in one. They were two in one because Madhi was presenting, but colleague came to support. Sasawa. Another applause. Thank you very much. We are now going to invite our second presenter this afternoon. This is, I thought it was Lawson. Is it Lawson? Lawson, hey, body, yeah. Is it, okay, it's the one, So Lawson is going to present a paper entitled Implementing Personalized Learning Through Generative Artificial Intelligence. You are from Adventist, Okay. Welcome. Set everything, you can just set it up. We also are alerting anybody who has joined us after. We had already taken a roll call on the people who are available. We had only 4 presenters, 4. So anybody who has come late and they would wish to present can bring the name with the secretariat. Make sure you are draw the attention to the Secretariat.
So, good afternoon. I'm Losan Bonde. I work at the Adventist University of Africa, where I am the program director for Master of Applied Computer Science. So my presentation is on implementing personalized learning with generative artificial intelligence. Before I start, I must say that this is a study that is still on course. It's not completed. So as I go on, you will understand. So I will briefly talk about the problem, the research objective, the methodology, the research and the result and discussions of the work, and then I will conclude. Problem statement. Let me start by giving some general definitions on the terms, the key terms of this study. The first one is personalized learning. Personalized learning refers to tailoring learning to each learner's interest, strength, and needs. So if we really look at it, it is something that is extremely complicated because the idea is to individualize the learning. Then what is generative artificial intelligence? It's a subdomain of the expansive field of artificial intelligence that focuses on creating content such as text, audio, video that rivals the quality and authenticity of human-generated content. That's what generative AI stands for. So the question is, how can generative artificial intelligence be used to accomplish personalized learning? If we go briefly inside literature, yes, if we look at the current state of personalized learning, first of all, personalized learning is not a new idea. The first papers that talk about personalizing learning started up to 1968. And since then, the topic is very recurrent in the educational sector. And recently, since 2008, there have been a lot of work around personalized learning. So it is an active area of research. And several proposed approaches have been made to address personalized learning. Personalized learning is the way to learn. Here we have one reference that says personalized learning should be the way of learning in the 21st century. That the one size fits all approach. And we know that's what many of us here are teachers. When you are given to teach a course, you design an approach, and that approach is what you apply for all the students. But personalized learning means that you need to individualize it to each student. So, and that should be the way to go. That the one size fits all is not sustainable, and it does not fit the current settings of learning, especially when you consider now that you have technology mediated learning that is coming in. You have online learning systems that are coming in place. So when you scan the literature, sample of solutions that are proposed to achieve personalized learning is self-pacing, small group tutoring, project-based, and so on. All these are very good in theory, but in practice, the implementation of personalized learning remains a big problem. The human instructional based solutions are not sustainable. It is not possible for a human teacher to adapt his learning approach and assessment and all the elements that are involved in learning to individual students. So the idea here is to explore the use of generative AI to address the problem of personalizing learning. What are the research objectives, therefore? The aim of this research, or the objectives, are to address the problem at a course unit level. So the approach taken here is to say, we are going to do personalized learning, but we are focusing on a course level. We are not considering it as a general system, but just at a course level. How do we deliver a course in a personalized manner? Number two, we want to be able to build and detect learners' profile. Unless you are able to characterize each learner and know his profile, he or her profile, you will not be able to adapt the learning to the individual. So adapt learning to each profile, and all this by using generative artificial intelligence. So the methodology used here involves a research process that is planned in 3 phases, where on phase 1 we do a thorough literature review of all the abundant literature that has been written about personalized learning. And the aim of that literature review is to extract the requirement of personalized learning. With those requirements, we will evaluate existing generative AI tools, and at the result of that evaluation, we will come out with a design of a solution. Then, after the design, we implement the solution, and then we do testing. So that is the approach that is proposed for this the research process. Then the first phase, when we look at the literature review, the key element when we explore literature is saying to implement personalized learning. These are the key elements that should be considered. Building learners' profile. That is, what are the characteristics of learners' profile for personalized learning? The number 2 is having the learner's voice and feedback. You will agree with me, if you have large classes, it's extremely difficult to give feedback on time. So generally, sometimes the feedback is even coming late. When it is useless, the student cannot do anything. So hearing the voice of the student and giving feedback. Then the number 3 is personalized pathway. How do we design a pathway that match with a learner's profile so that the learner can be able to cope in terms of the method, in terms of the way they learn, and in terms of the also of the level, the performance, etc. Then also unified design for learning framework is one of the things that is also cited, that is important because it provides multiple ways of representation, expression and engagement. So that's help also to cater for everybody. Then scaffolding is also another important element. That scaffolding is about detecting in real time the challenges of students or learners and quickly come in with the support that the student or the learner may need. So these are the key elements that the literature reveals that should be considered. Then briefly let me come back on the learners, building the learner's profile. So the literature shows that these are the key elements that should build the profile of a learner. The goal, which is the learning goal of the student, the pace, so at what speed the student learns, so that the pace, the time, the task strategy, the place performance level, path, the learning style, the strength of the learner, his needs, his motivations and interests. So these are the 12 key elements that should be used to build the profile of a learner. Then now the question is, what are the AI components that can be used for personalized learning? And again, in literature, AI has been seen as a solution to personalized learning. 3 key areas in AI: natural language processing, data analytics, and computer vision have been seen as key components of AI that can help in personalizing learning. So for natural language processing, it provides means for interaction, feedback, and scaffolding through chatbots. In terms of data analytics, you have machine learning techniques which have been used to even construct what we call now learning analytics. So where learners within a learning system, the learners' data are collected and analyzed. For example, their performances, the speed at which they are performing the assignments, and so on. Then computer vision. Computer vision, especially for image recognition, is enabling AI-based tutors to identify facial expressions, gestures, and emotion to inform for future actions. It's still in the sense of being able to detect and come in time to assist the learners. So with those elements that has been identified as the important key element for implementing personalized learning, this is the design that is proposed, a system whereby we are going to use the large language models, particularly using the GPT. GPT is pre-trained, the generalized pre-trained models, where we will use the customization. There is a technology of custom GPT. So custom GPT, the GPTs are trained on general data. So when it comes to specific questions, if you ask a GPT, I don't know if I will have little time, I can show maybe a little differences, or you can see the answer of the chat GPT and the answer of a customized GPT on a specific topic. Because they are trained on general data, when it comes to specifics, they are not able. So the customization is you take your course, all the material that is to be taught in the course, you give it to the GPT to retrain on your material. And you put the material, the assignment, and everything to the system, and it's learned from it. Now students can use that tutor now to work. Then they get more precise answers than the general GPT. So we have a custom GPT, that's one of the components, but the GPT, you cannot access to it directly, so we will access through an API. Yes, you have the traditional prompting system where you can just send a prompt and the system will respond, but in the context of this environment, we still provide the user to access directly if you want to use the prompting, but we want to provide a more sophisticated user interface so that students can put questions that are more complicated, that they cannot actually form the prompt that will be able to extract the relevant information. So through the API, we can access to the custom GPT, and then we have a central data repository that will gather all the data of the learners. Remember, we talk about the profile. So we should know the profile, the learning activities, the result of the assignment, the turning in of the assignment, and so on. All this will be kept into the repository. Get into the system can quickly detect the profile of the student, update it based on the recent result, and so on. Then we have the learning analytic engine that will, working with the profile and the data, will provide the necessary information on the user, the learner profile. And of course, we have a content generator. That is now where the component that will generate content that is specific to the need of the student. It could be the content, could be material, it could be assignments or practical project that the student should do based on his deficiencies. Okay, so that is the proposed solution. So what are the results of the study? So far, in has been implemented is the custom GPT. So the custom GPT has been fully implemented using ChatGPT. Of course, in the future, the idea is to also, once it is completed, to test with many other models, so that we can refine. Maybe we could get a better system. For now, the implementation that is there is based on ChatGPT and a particular course called Applied Cryptography, which assistant to the student. So one of the approach in our testing and validation of the system later on is to use the system, testing the use of the system by the student, and also having a feedback from the student who will be using. So later on, the plan is to work with a two group of students on a different that will alternate between using and not using the system. So one group in a particular chapter may be using the system and the second group is not using. And then when we move to another module, we exchange so that we see if there is consistency in the result that we are getting. So this testing is in progress, going on with a graduate course, Applied Cryptography. So the other components are work in progress. They are not yet fully implemented. So in terms of discussion, we believe that addressing the problem of personalized learning at a course level help us to master the complexity of the problem. Now, when I went through this study, I now understand why personalized learning has not been implemented properly up to now, because it's quite complex to put in place. So we believe it is a practical approach in this, but there is probably a scalability problem that we need to look at. Today, most of the GPT existing models are not free. So when you do the API integration, so you have to pay. But now if we want to extend this system to a whole curriculum, or even say to a whole university, it might be cost issues might rise. But this is, we can also say that in the future, it is likely that in the near future, we are going to have available GPT models that could be free, at least even for educational purposes or something like that. So with this, I want to conclude by saying that the achievement of this research is, according to the process that I presented, literature review has been completed and thoroughly done. The key features for personalized learning have been properly identified. The methodology has been defined but partially implemented, and the partial testing is going on, and the first results are quite promising for the students who have started using the system. So the plans for the future is to finalize on the remaining phases of the methodology, and then my intention is to seek for finding to be able to complete all the modules that are remaining to have a final working system. So with this, I want to thank you for listening. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Rosan. I think that was incredible. You know, when we hear of artificial intelligence, people start wondering what is all this about. I thought you would make it more simplified. You are not making it more simple. It becomes even more complicated. Do we have any reactions from his presentation? Some reaction? Oh, good.
Okay, thank you, presenter, for a very good presentation with regard to generative knowledge. Yeah, of course, as far as I understood the subject, I think majority of the content falls under ChatGPT. Therefore, my question, I think you can address what you said. It is considered for students, but maybe which level of students? And the other issue is, do you provide any guidance to those students? Because ChatGPT, of course, assists much in terms of when one is in need of doing something. And it gives a lot of necessary information. But also, somewhere it gives you completely wrong. Therefore, I just wanted to know, how can we guide maybe your model? How can it guide a person or student to understand first what he or she needs? Thereafter, now ChatGPT or the generative knowledge will be just guiding him or her. Because he firstly need to know what and how, then use the system to help him or her. Additionally, we find that majority of students use this system, and when they use, they think teacher or staff do not know about it. But in fact, they know, staffs or those who facilitate knows. Therefore, maybe it is the time for management universities to have something like guideline, which provide means in which such system can be adopted. Thank you.
I think as you react to that one, I've been using ChatGPT, but I've always wondered whether what I'm getting is authentic. Should I believe everything that comes from this GPT? Because it will give you a lot of information, and sometimes you wonder what it's giving you. Is it correct? How do you authenticate the information? Perhaps you could comment on that also.
Okay, starting on the use of ChatGPT, and not only ChatGPT, there are so many now that are coming up in the sphere of generative AI. Universities have to come quickly on board, coming with the use of AI, policies on use of AI within the institutions. So even as you adopt that, you are going to work to let our students, either we want it or not, our students are going to use it. So the best way is to have a clear framework and policies and procedure to guide them, so that now we have a proper use of the tool. Don't assume that even if we don't show them, they will not. They will use it. They will use them. Also, detecting the use of AI generated. If you are very used to it, you read the text, you know this is AI generated. It's quite easy, but still there are techniques behind. People can generate content and regenerate 3 times to be, and then customize. The big thing is, don't ever take the output of any model as a final product to submit. Always submit it to your verification. The aim of the tool is not to do the work at your place, it's to simplify. You gain a lot of time. I am doing another research which is funded on using generative AI for research. Today you have tools. You can just take 50 PDFs and it give you the synthesis in terms of methodology, findings, and then summaries. So this, we cannot just say these are tools that we are not going to use. So provide policies. Number two, let the student understand that they should always cross-check, because the final work that is submitted is their work, not ChatGPT. So it is the responsibility of the one using to always check, because this model, first of all, they are trained on general data, so they are very good in generating text. You will see in general, when you ask something, the answer is very long and sometimes very repetitive in some cases, but very general. That's why when you customize, you now give your own content specific. So we are not, what the system I'm proposing is not to use the ChatGPT in the ordinary manner. It is to use it as a tool internally within a system. So you can see the ChatGPT is there in the block of the custom GPT, but you have other components around. So it's just helping. A student will not even, if they want, they can do that. They can question directly the model, but the normal way that we are proposing is the system detect the student deficiency and then propose. So they are not even the one. It's not. It is not a tool that we just use for essay or things like that, but it can still be. So in short, I will say, by the moment this is completed, before you adopt it, you must have a generative AI policy within your institution. And the policy will address all these issues that you are talking about. But now about your question, most of the content that is generated by the AI tools are good. Most of the time they are okay. But in some instances, they are completely wrong information. How do they work? These systems are based, the way they work is very simple. It's when it's generating text, it's just predicting what is the next word, and it continue on generating based on, because it has been trained on a high volume of data. With when you take GPT, the GPT-4 now is the model, the neural network model behind, is using more than 175 billion of parameters. So these are huge computers that have been used for many months to almost take all the knowledge that you can see on internet and other sources. So when they are put together, they give that volume of data, and with the high volume of data, the accuracy is much improved. But they have what we call hallucinations. So if they don't see an answer to something, they will just generate something, and that's unfortunately sometimes you can get those results of hallucinations. So it's not always correct, and the questions generally are not precise. For example, let me just use this example, then I close, unless if there are other questions. Here is the ChatGPT that you all know. I have subscribed to the Plus, so I have access to the latest model. And let me ask this question to the ChatGPT. What are the type of cryptographic protocols? I asked. Sorry. No. I just want it's an illustration. It's an illustration. Sorry. Okay. If I ask it, what are the type of cryptographic protocols? Look at what it's bringing. It's bringing so many protocols, but these are not actually the types of cryptographic protocols that that a student in the cryptography will say there are actually 3 types of cryptographic protocols, which are arbitrated, adjudicated, and self-enforced. But you see, you look at the response is giving, because this is the general knowledge. It has many cryptographic books that it knows, but it's generating this content based on this knowledge that it has. And then here I have my customized crypto tutor. It's part of this project, so where I customize. Sorry, I could have let me pick the same question again so that I don't have to retype it. Okay. Okay, let's wait for its response. Okay. Okay. Good. Now, let me do this. Okay, so I gave him a content, and now I'm asking him, based on the content, what are the cryptographic protocols? Now look at the answers. Yeah, so that is the remaining is just examples, but okay, let it finish. So if you see, the answers are now different. It's saying the types are exactly what I expect because of this document. So what we are saying, the custom GPT is adapt the GPT to the content, the material of your course. It could be your own material or material that you see from the internet that is the best fit for your course, and then feed the system with that, and it will be able to give proper answers and not generic ones. So for example, you see now it's arbitrated, exactly, adjudicated, and self-enforcing. And anything else that is coming there, just examples is giving, but it's found the 3 exact type that I was expecting. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great. So you can be able to customize.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think that is quite a big step. Any questions? Any other questions? This one guy is somewhere.
You can use this.
That one is working. Yeah.
I want to congratulate the presenter. I didn't know what AI is, but now I know. However, from what you are doing, we are coming from what is known. What is this thing that is not known on personalized learning and AI, generative whatever. The second thing, if we customize AI to our areas, what are the challenges that it is going to occasion on learning? And finally, this is research which is on course. what methodology are you using for collecting information, the design itself? Thank you.
Okay.
I'm also impressed in the same. I'm somebody passionate in AI, and I think I will also request you to see my presentation tomorrow. It's on the similar field. Now, there was a model I was expecting you to use, a theoretical framework that is TPAC, because you are introducing AI in education. When you talk about learning, you're talking about instruction. I did not see that you used it. Probably used another one, which is a bit refined, but I wish you could have elaborated how that works and how you arrived at the data. But I feel, based on how you presented the last bit, is it an ongoing study or it's a concluded study?
Yeah, I have already indicated this study is still ongoing.
Okay, okay. Yeah,
That's one of the reasons why I did not submit my...
Yeah, okay, now I get it.
Okay, so for the other question, sorry. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so there was a question on what is known, what is not, what we know already. Personalized learning, as I said, is a field that is well known. It just adapts to the learner. But now, how is generative AI coming in? The generative AI part, actually, in what I presented, is the custom GPT, which is we cannot ignore the huge advantage of using these tools that is there because of the accumulated knowledge, and then the fact that you can fine-tune that knowledge. So the idea is, if as a professor it is very difficult to write let's say an assignment or a tutorial for every single student, even if you have a cluster of 5 profile of student, it will be difficult for every aspect of teaching to generate something for each profile. But whereas a tutor, a human tutor, a digital teacher can do that, it will not get fatigue, and that is what we want to leverage on. The fact that the tutors can be accessible at any time, anywhere, and that's what we want to do. So the generative AI part is having known the difficulties of each student through the system, then it can now recommend, like the recommendation system, it can now recommend material and assignment or even project that will fit the need, and that is where the generative part will come in. So based on that's why we say we will have a personalized user interface where the student can express his need, and the system will be able now to extract the proper data for him. So that's where the generative is coming into personalized learning. The other question was the theoretical framework. Maybe it is the research approach. The approach that I have used here is, as I said, is to go through literature and say, what are we saying about the personalized learning? So all publication that is about, and then extract what will be the requirement for a personalized learning service. That's the method that has been used, and then based on that, that is how you saw the design of the system. So I didn't rely on an existing framework to build the study. Yeah. But I agree with you. Probably, maybe there are some existing framework that could take part of that can be used. Yeah. No, that one.
and then TPAC. TAM is for adoption of technology, and then TPAC is adoption of technology for pedagogical and learning, essentially.
Yes, yes. In that, if it is in that sense, yes, there are even other frameworks that also exist. But for my research, I didn't really see how I could make use of that. Maybe it is something I can explore now with what you have said. Yes.
Good. Okay, a big clap for Osana Mbonde. I think we need to hear more of AI. Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. We can continue. It has taken quite some time. We are going to beg the next presenters. We are going to limit you to 10 minutes. For the interest of time, we understand there are more presenters. We had initially 4, but I realize now we have more than 6. So we have to cut the time that is required. Now our next presenter, in my list here is Rienza Mahingiru. Is that correct? Am I spelling correct? It's mother. Okay, this mother was coming. Sorry, mother, I was almost skipping you. Okay, Gachoiga Mother Wairimo, and she's from Nyeri National Polytechnic. Her paper is entitled Assessment of Emerging Legal Rights Abused by Students in Technical and Vocational Training Institutions in Kenya that Hinder Socio-Economic Development. Welcome, Mother.
Thank you.
I'm going to use this. This one is working. Okay.
So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Martha Gashoiga, and I'm presenting a topic on So sorry for that. Good afternoon once more. My name is Gashoiga Mother Wairimo from Nyeri National Polytechnic. I'm presenting a research on assessment of emerging legal high abuse by students in technical vocational training institute in Kenya that is hindering the socio-economic development. Now, if you look at our theme, the theme of the school, we are looking at how to promote the technological era, the future technological era. Yet, here we have our students who are abusing drugs and they are not able to cope with the life, and therefore we cannot be able to achieve that until we address the issues that are on the ground. So this study, from the background of the study, we look at the substance abuse globally has been a really challenge, both to the student and even to the young adults. And this one goes even to people of higher age. So this substance abuse has been done. The research on substance abuse has already been done. And for this case, I have done research on prescription drugs. So what are these prescription drugs? These are psychoactive substances. Anything that you take and it affects the way you reason, the way you think. Those are what you are calling psychoactive substances. So if you look at the background, the literature review, a body like UN, ODC, what we call United Nations of Drugs and Crime, did a research in 2022 on the prescription drugs. They realized that people are now leaving the illegal drugs, what we call cocaine, bangi, marijuana, and even alcohol, and now they are adopting what we can actually be able to assess easily. These are what we are calling prescription drugs. Now, we can already see in the background here, we have a pupil in Kenya who are abusing drugs at an age of 10 years. We have the youth there who are also abusing drugs. You can see that. A young female who is also abusing the prescription drugs, what we are calling prescription drugs. We have youth who are clubbing, which has become a norm of the day. What are the legal high? What are legal high? These are psychoactive substances. A psychoactive substance is anything that you take that alter how you think, the brain functioning. We know what is central nervous system. A central nervous system consists in a human being. That is the brain and the spinal cord. Whatever the brain does is simply to feel, to make things, and then the spinal take those or relay them to the nervous. And then if you take anything in your system and they affect the central nervous system, then that is what we call psychoactive substance. Now, why legal high? Legal means that it's something that is allowed. Even if you find me taking Panadol, you won't think that I'm abusing it. Yet they have the effect. So that is what it means by legal high. So we want to see what our students doing. Are they really abusing this drug? Like globally, what is being said that globally people are abusing those ones, especially the young people. Now you can see there are drugs there, combination of them. We have examples of prescription drugs. We have several categories that you can easily access without even the prescription from the doctors. Now, which are these? Something like antidepressant, something like what we call antihistamine, what we call Piriton in a normal language. You might think that people cannot abuse those ones instead of abusing other illegal drugs like cocaine, but actually people in the world are doing it. So the prescription drug here, like antidepressant, there's a palm. A research was done by NACADA in 2021, and they discovered that the young people from Mombasa County were actually abusing diazepam. Diazepam, you normally take it when you have issues with sleeping. If you have issues, maybe isonomia, so you are not sleeping well. If you take diazepam, you are able now to get sleep, even actually we call them zombie. You can even become like unconscious somehow. So these are drugs that you can actually get them over the counter. We have others like opioids. These are simply the painkillers. Painkillers, we have several categories of painkillers. We have simply the mild pain, like what we take codeine. Codeine is normally found in the cough syrups. We have other strong painkillers. These are given by people who have stronger pain. We have hydrophones. This one we have even cases in our institute where students abused that. We have other prescription drugs, what we call central nervous system depressant, like tranquilizer and sedatives. Those are given to people who get tension and anxiety, etc., etc. So those are the common drugs. You can see the pictures there. This is what I'm calling codeine, tramadol. All these are prescription drugs. Those ones you can actually acquire them without prescription from the doctor. That is what we call a formal prescription. You can simply buy them over the counter. What are the effects of legal high substance? I've said that there is a study that was done by NACADA in 2021, and they found that young people in Mombasa were really abusing these drugs. And maybe that is why we have issues with Mogoka in the coast region, because of maybe of such. But what are they really taking? Are they really taking Mogoka, or are they taking other things? Let's look at these. We have some young people here. Can see here, they become zombie. You take diazepam, you combine with they are combining with the cough syrup. A diazepam, I said, is simply an antidepressant which you can buy over the counter to make you feel easier. So they combine them with the cough syrup, they combine them with what we call the energizers. There are drinks that they are combining them. So these are the pictures. So they become zombie. You can see they are unconscious there. What are the problems of the statement of this study? We have realized that drug abuse is actually a challenge globally. and even locally, even here in Kenya, and it has come even to our students. And yet, for us to achieve the technological era in our institute, then we have to take care of our students, their welfare, so that we are able now to even improve their socio-economic status. So despite the campaign that is being done by the NACADA and other bodies, students and other young people are still inventing more. The legal high, what you are calling legal, means it is something that you can take without anyone asking you. It is not cocaine, so it is something legal, but you know how the effects are the same as that of cocaine. So despite all the campaign that is being done, students and other people are still abusing it. What are the hypotheses? Is there no legal, emerging legal high substance that have been abused in our technical training institute? The objective was to determine the legal high abuse abused by students in technical training institute. My specific objective was to identify the commonly abused legal high among the students in the technical training institute, identify the slang language, because they are not just calling them Panado, they have the language. So it was to identify the slang language they are using. Also, to identify the gender disparity in abuse, that is the female gender versus the male gender. Justification of the study, despite the NACADA in Kenya having the campaign and even the restriction that have been made by the pharmacy board, people are still abusing this drug, and especially our young people. The significance of this study is that it is going to be provided for further research. Something else, the pharmacy poison board, they can use it to control the sales of these prescription drugs. If someone does not have a legal or what we call a formal prescription from the doctor, let them not get these prescription drugs. And then we are going to sensitize our students and even the society at large. The scope, I only looked for legal high that have been abused by in the technical institute. These ones were for specific. I randomly sampled the schools from the population that I counted the sample size. My methodology, I used qualitative cross-sectional analysis, where the sample size I determined there we have 24, that is 2,401 Rvtti institutes. From that, I used Excel Stat, is a software. And then I also used a rule that what we call 10%. So to determine my sample size, where I carried out my questionnaires, I did 10% of 2,401. I got that is 240.1. And then, according to the Rvtti, there is a researcher, Rvtti et al., 2003. If you are carried out a research, which is an interview, you're not supposed to have more than 100 interviews. So for this case, I only took 4 institutes. And from these 4 institutes, I randomly sampled 25 students in every institute. That made my questionnaires total to be 100 questionnaires. So for the methodology, that is what I have said. I did with structured questionnaires that had open-ended and closed-ended questions. And for the sake of this, because it's a very sensitive area, I had an informed consent where every student who participated had to sign an informed consent. Permission, of course, from the administrators from this institute. The data was analyzed using the descriptive statistics, that is graphs and tables. Results. If you look at the result here, we have a case like here we have diazepam. I've already explained that diazepam is the most abused drug. Maybe the parents and people in the higher authority management are not aware that people are abusing this drug, diazepam. It was had 30%. You can see the frequency there. The codeine, I've said, is a cough syrup. And the histamine is what we call normally Pilton, had 10%, or 10%, and then we had paracetamol 5%. Alcohol was mixed with other legal stuff that were not identified, had 1%. The second objective was to determine the slang language. What are the language that is being used by those students who are abusing these drugs? Something like diazepam, they call them a yellow, maybe from the color. They are normally color, they are yellow in color. Something like alcohol, they call them booze. So even if they are abusing, you cannot be able to tell what they are abusing. So anetsamine they never give, that is Piriton, codeine, they call it sikunusu, meaning maybe because of their effect, they can sleep half of the day. Now, the coded language used by abusers, they say, I'm zooming. So if you hear zooming, it means that that student or young person is actually abusing drugs, or twerking, or getting geared up. Those were the reported things that meant that they are using in the language of getting high. For gender identity, which was my third objective, I wanted to know between female gender and male gender in these institutes, who were abusing drugs and which drugs were abusing more. For male, I found them that they are actually abusing diazepam more than female. For alcohol mixed with the other stuff, the stuffs in the full paper, I have said they have not identified the stuff. So what were the stuff? We could not be able to tell what are the stuff. They were actually abused by the male. Female were found to abuse codeine. And the codeine, I've said there are several types of cough syrup. Just take 1 tube of cough syrup and you are high. What is the conclusion? 30% of technical students are actually abusing diazepam. 15 are abusing codeine. 10% are abusing Piriton. And 5% are actually abusing, not even using, they are abusing paracetamol. These paracetamol are the ones that have been mixed with other substances like cocoa soda. The language we have seen, they are using language that the trainers and the environment people cannot be able to understand. So the slang language is being used. From the conclusion, no slang names were being given for paracetamol and antihistamine, that is Piriton. 1% of the students recorded to be mixing alcohol with other stuffs that were not identified to feel high. I recommend this research paper to NACADA and all stakeholders on Technical Institute, and the measures should be taken by the Pharmacy Poison Board to regulate the sales of prescription drugs. I suggest for further research, that is chemical composition, of what are these legal high, can they be done the chemical composition, so that we are able to tell what is being mixed. Because chemistry is there, analytical chemistry is there, so the analysis can be done. I acknowledge God, this institute, for giving me the opportunity to present my paper, the students where I carried out my research, and my family. God bless you. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, Mother, for that presentation, and you've kept time, eh? Yeah, you've taken about 10 minutes. Do you have any reactions to Mother's presentation? Yeah, before others, I had an issue. What is the impact? What is the impact of drug abuse in terms of percentage utilization, usage in the technical training? Maybe you'll tell us. And also, how does it affect the academic performance for these students?
Okay, thank you, Madam, for a good presentation. Just a very small question. Yeah, of course, I don't know whether it's a question or so. I didn't hear that one of the methods that you used is a structured interview that could probably give you a very proper information. That one, and also, I don't remember the name, but maybe the third person. If I have someone who cannot be able to disclose information properly, but he or she can pass it through a friend, then to me, especially if related to such situations, it could give you much more information on why that problem. Asante.
Okay, any other questions on the floor?
Thank you, Mother, for the good presentation. Now, my concern is your title, for the study. That is assessment of emerging legal eye abused by students in technical and vocational training institutes in Kenya that hinder social economic development. So the concern is actually the technical and vocational training institutes. Maybe if that one can be considered so that it reads technical and vocational training colleges, because that is actually a category that is stipulated by the TVET Act. Then again, the students for basic education, we are basically maybe referring to students in basic, but then a term in TVET, maybe you can say that are abused by, if this was actually in TVET, and then maybe you can have the trainees. Thank you very much.
Okay. I had one question on the hypothesis. I saw a slide on hypothesis. So I wanted to know whether you tested it. And if so, whether there are some results. Then the other question, you said you did a sample size of 240, but I not get how you moved from 240 to 3. The sample size you said was 240, then I had also 3 somewhere. So maybe you can clarify how you selected the 3. 3 or 4? 4, eh? 4.
Maybe the last one. Martha, that was a good presentation. However, you can address these concerns. Get to the first slide. In your first slide, you're talking about assessment of emerging legal highs abused by students in TVET in Kenya. That hinders social economic development. If you're not addressing social and economic development in your study, I would suggest that you drop it so that your study only sticks on legal highs which are abused by students. The second concern is what has already been said in your findings. Elsewhere you're talking about the effects of these legal highs, but there's nowhere that you've talked about the effects of these legal highs, but you've only described the state of usage of these legal highs. So you can eliminate effects and remain with that. You go to your problem statement. You should actually avoid the usage of no limited studies have been done, because even as we are now, there are people who are conducting similar studies. Research design, you didn't only use quantitative because you talked about interviews. So it is a mixed method. And maybe in future, try to tell your audience what is your response rate, who responded, so they can effectively follow your findings. And then lastly, in such a study, make recommendations which can be implemented. Thank you.
Okay, Martha, maybe you respond to those questions.
Well, thanks for the comments and the questions. The first one was on the impact of in the academic. So I go with the theme of the institute, of the conference. We want to improve, to see technologies being used to somewhere, to our institutes. But this technology is supposed to be implemented by human beings. There is what Sir presented, but we still have the core thing to be a human being. So the human being must be very sober. And who are these human beings? They are trainees. Thanks for the collection from the student trainees. They are our trainees. So our trainees should remain sober to an extent they get to the industry. If they are not getting sober to get to the industry, then we lose them. So the impact to the academic is we lose them. We don't have future. So that is the methodology. The other question was on methodology. I used quantitative and quantitative analysis. The number of institutes I took was 4, randomly picking. I use purposive method. That is, I randomly pick, but with purpose, because of maybe the time, what we call the cost, and all that. So in that case, I used purposive to select the 4. It was purposive. So the other question was on the effect. So on this, in the full paper, there are other effects. I only picked one to see how the immediate effect. Immediately the students take, you miss them in class. Where are they? They are somewhere, sleeping or lying somewhere, a zombie, not able to identify themselves. So the responses, others were the comments, so I'm going to incorporate them and improve my study. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I had the clap for Mother. We are now going to usher in the next presenter, which is Angelina Alonso. Number 5. Okay, assessment of predisposing factors to noise-induced hearing among mental workers in your car sheds. Yeah. So shall give you 10 minutes for your presentations, then you can have comments and questions. Thank you. Sorry, you didn't hear me. I'm saying we are giving her 10 minutes. Do the presentation, then we can get comments. Thank you.
Ya kwanza. Kosa. Good afternoon. My name is Adelina Kilonzo. I'm from Taita Taveta National Polytechnic. I'm here to present for you a paper on predisposing factors to noise-induced hearing loss among the metal workers in Juakali Sheds in Mombasa County. We are very interested with the Juakali sector because it is one of the sectors where most of our trainees from the TVET are coming from. And about 18% of the Kenyan GDP comes from the Juakali sector, and it is one of the biggest contributors to our businesses in the country. And we know that with the way the Juakali sector is, they are characterized with little or no knowledge of OSHA, NEMA or NIOSH laws and legislations. So the Juakali workers are very vulnerable to many occupational health hazards in their work either directly or indirectly. To my problem statement, there are a lot of studies that have been done to confirm that the jua kali sectors are a noisy environment in different areas in Kenya. And because of joblessness, the formal job opportunities, most of our Kenyan youths are running to the jua kali sector, and having their characteristics of they are mostly are not aware of the rules that govern the occupational health and safety in the workplace, then we have most of them being exposed. The sector is characterized by workers who are working long hours because it's not regulated, it's self-employment. And with that, we have a problem of workers being in a workplace which is noisy for very long hours. Therefore, there is need to determine the noise-induced hearing loss levels and the noise levels and the
in places which are very noisy, so that we may alert people that they are entering into very noisy environments. Also the DOSH Mombasa County to come up with programs in line with the TVET institutions in that place, so that the Juakali workers may have tailor-made refresher courses, and that they be introduced to occupational health and safety measures which they can use to take care of themselves in their workplace. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I think it was straight to the point. It took exactly 10 minutes or so. Any reactions? Do these Juakali people use in what we call earpads, things like those that can help them?
Okay, when I visited that area, most of the sheds that I went to, I found them using weird methods. The most things that I found them using were the music earphone, the music, which they don't help at all. And they were saying they don't know any other. Those who are knowing them, they were saying they are expensive, they can't afford, and so on. So the use of PPE is negligible, yes, and the places are terribly noisy.
Okay, any question from the floor?
That was a wonderful presentation. However, you can address a few issues. Let us get to slide number 12. In slide number 12, we have marital status being significantly associated with hearing loss. What is the implication of such? Should we stop marrying? I don't know. And then, if you get your methodology, I don't know whether it's slide number 13. Slide methodology, up. I think somewhere there. That is objectives. Next slide. Data analysis. The descriptive statistics was applied, the chi-square was applied, but the logistic regression for determinants was not used. Go to your recommendations. In your recommendations, the first slide, authorities DOSH to encourage job rotation, advise workers to minimize their hours. How practical is that for the Juakali? Think of that. Mtu wa Juakali ameenda welding, customer anasimama kando, mwambie toka kazi enda nyumbani. But then, PPE is very effective. Job rotation, I doubt. Thank you.
some work done by the Tosh department to the non-formal sector, there are so many things which would change, even not to the Juakali metal workers, even Juakali other sectors. But if now you weigh health and money, you make a lot of money, you take it to the hospital, you make a lot of money, you're not able to hear well, you make a lot of money, you have to get very expensive ear implants because you lost your hearing because of noise at your workplace. We say if you work continuously for 5 years, for more than 8 working hours, in a workplace which is 85, even if it is not in the Juakali, you will eventually lose your hearing. So it's up to workers to know that if you're in a noisy workplace, you make an informed decision. Those who are in a formal place, there is rotation, job rotation. You go to this department which is noisy for some time, then you're moved to another. You keep rotating. So these people, hammering was the noisiest. So maybe people should move from maybe stop hammering after 2 years, go do welding or whatever. But it is something to venture in, and it is for our health, for the workers in the Juakali sector. Thank you. It was recommendations?
Oh, it was just a comment. Oh, okay. Are we through with the questions for Andrina? Good. Can we have a clap for you? Thank you so much for your presentation. So we are moving on. Our next presenter is Rian Mahimbiru Mangari. You are going to present. The title is Unpacking the Bloom's Taxonomy of Running, Developing a New Taxonomy Framework for Competence Acquisition in Cognitive Domain. So, we're also giving you 10 minutes to do your presentation.